before the film begins.
Check 1, 2. I need to get that done today.
This leader is provided to permit the
Check 1, 2.
projectionist to complete adjustment of focus and sound level before the film begins.
Check 1, 2. Good morning. Why is that all? Are they like changing stuff? Good morning. How's everybody doing out there? I got something else I gotta do. Hope everybody's doing well. I did add 2 Friday calls on the dip on Daily Trigger. So if you had a chance to do that, we'll talk about that this morning. Also, pay attention this morning to TMF. Get right into it. So I wanted to buy yesterday one dates. Let's take a look here. So I wanted to buy one dates yesterday down here if given the chance. Wasn't given the chance. So I did add to that Friday position here. I didn't sell the open here because it was Friday calls. We did get our PT 450.69 here, although I think we have a chance to go back up there and at least trade that in cash market. So we'll see if we trade this here in this cash market. Here's a PT above for you. Big giant gap left behind here. I got ringing in my ears right now. This is another place here to be paying attention to. So right in there, pay attention to this. You don't want to see a rejection here. That would be a reversal trend. So yesterday we were pointing out 2 things yesterday. First thing would be that we have the reversal and trend here. Traded this up real nice, right? Came back down, held that. Straight back up to the moon. And you've got some hit and run selling going on down here. So far this is holding up to trade even higher. So we'll check in here and see if this here proves to be real resistance in cash market or not. We'll come back and revisit this in just a second here. Don't want to see this break right here. So I did add some calls down here this morning. If this begins to break, we'll reverse course to the downside and we'll switch from calls to puts. We got a lot to go over this morning. Just a second, I got a ton of stuff I got to do. Members only. Details. Like every morning I have to switch like comments to newest instead of top. So like doesn't matter. Every morning I got to go through this and like YouTube has a lot of legacy stuff in it that every morning, like Twitch, don't have to touch anything. Once you set it, you kind of forget it. YouTube, not so much. So I did add some calls here for Friday. Had a chance. We'll go over this right now. So we'll go over it one more time. Let everybody pile into the room. I'm trying to build a secondary office right now. So they can put a second stream up if I'm not here or unavailable to stream. And it's killing me. It's not done yet still to this point. Still not done. Put this over here. Actually, well, let's mute book map here. Hold on here. Let's go to the full. Let's go to the full Weeble chart here. Let's get my eye here on TMF, right? So I added some TMF this morning. It's going higher. Just a heads up on TMF today. It should be a trend day for it. There's not a ton of people in the. Oh yeah, dude, they're up right now. So they're in the money right now. So 6.5 C's for the 11th. It's cranking right now. There's not a ton of liquidity in this stuff. You kind of have to hold it and hold it and hold it and hold it. But just for the 11th, just a heads up here. TMF 659. There's a much larger move. Up here at $7. Close all this stuff back here. There's actually even a bigger move on TMF. Just keep your eyes on it. I'm long this right now for the 11th. I traded this back here, I think. A couple days ago, I traded this all day long. It's a good trade. I'm in this trade once again for the 11th, 9th, 10th, 11th. 6.5 C. Try to get a stink bid on them. They're trading. The bid and ask is kind of high. If you catch it on a low, you can usually catch it for like 12 cents, but the ask right now is 15, and every time we pump it, it's going to, they're going to ask you for more than it's worth. But it can be a 400% or 500% printer. If we can get up here into the $7 range, somewhere up in here at some point in TMF. Now back to SPY down here. And we'll talk about, did I put the thumbnail up on the video this morning? I'm not sure if I did or didn't. Check something real quick. I did. I put the thumbnail up. Good. What's going on? All right, there we go. So you got a nice little trend. So you got a nice little trend change here yesterday, right? Coming up. Woohoo, yeah. Get up here. They sell it back down before the open. They start to blast down right here. And sellers want to do the same thing they've been doing, right? Staircasing us down. Let me just look here in previous history. They're coming above here, trying to sell this here, sell this here, sell. They want nothing more than to sell this down again. There is something going on in the background here to pay attention to. So whatever weakness we do have in the market right now, this one thing that I'm watching in the background here is the relationship between price and the trigger. So it's a 30-minute chart on SPY right now. And I'm not as concerned with where price goes. I'm mostly concerned where the trigger goes. Now, the trigger is magneting to the daily trigger, and trigger is actually going up as price comes down. So it's showing strength in the daily trigger. Now, there are times where price can break below daily trigger in a corrective manner, but trigger continues to go sideways or up, not down. So I'm watching Velo 2 over here to see what Velo is saying, but I want to give you guys an idea of what I'm talking about here. Bear with me here. My office is all fucked up. So let me give you an idea of what I'm talking about here. So I want you to see a correction like this here. This is a prime example. You can see that price breaks. You can see that price breaks below the trigger. This is the yellow line right here. But the trigger is continuing sideways and up, climbing the wall of worry. You're not getting a following of trigger to the downside. You see how that yellow line does not follow price lower. I want you to pay attention to that there. It's very, very important. The reason for that is because even if you get, some kind of like rollover like we did here in October of 2020, nice, you still don't see. I want you to pay attention. It's very important for you to see this here, that the yellow trigger is not following price down. This is even a more of a bloodbath, right? This is actually an actual correction down here. And right now we're not seeing, as of yet, any kind of yellow line crossing down with price, okay? And this is kind of the warning sign right here if you see that. So pay attention to this yellow line is now coming down, right? And this is actually signaling a rollover. Even with that rollover, you have another chance to exit the market above here. And we have previous instances of that every time we get an actual top. So just right now, watching right now, not seeing price and the trigger go lower. And in fact, watching the daily trigger rise as days pass. So even if we were weak here, I'm watching. This is what I'm going to talk to you about. This is called the wall of worry. This is when you get early exiters in the market, and you climb the wall of worry the entire way up. And this, of course, if you look at the thumbnail in this video, it says performance maxers on it or something like that. Performance, that's me. I'm looking for performance, maximizing performance. I'm like, hey, do I stay long on the underlying? And do I just grind down, hold this shit, and just run it out? You get an exit of weak hands here, too. Like, so all of this, we wind up being in this exiting of weak hands. You get these perma bears. Now, let's look at SPX really quick. I mean, I saw someone yesterday. I saw a video last night from a well-respected institution. I'm not going to name names. And they're like, oh, let's go back over here. I was like scratching my head. They're like, is this the biggest double top in history? And I'm like, get out of my fucking face. And then you've got me down here going, oh, no, that's a cup and handle. We're just going to rip some faces off up here. Get what I'm saying? And we're going to get some violence as we go up there, too, right? We're going to get, right, told you about how you're going to get vol as we head higher to all-time highs. And meanwhile, you get a lot of bulls that are like, I'm listening to the bears right now. That's the top. It ain't never coming back. And that's not how this market works. We know that, right? This market, there's a thesis being portrayed out there. There's a thesis out here. I'm gonna warn you of something. There's a thesis being pushed out there that the S&P 500 is meant to go up, come down, go up, come down, go up, come down, go up, come down over the years and decades. Somehow, we erase everything else going back to 1900, and you now want the S&P 500. Or we're going to pretend that it was never down here. The S&P 500 started at 15,000, and the natural progression of the S&P 500 is to the downside. I got news for you. That is not the natural progression of the S&P 500. The natural progression of the S&P 500 is up and to the right. So, just because we come up here, it's pretty fucking simple. When we go down, we go up. We don't come up to this previous high and then start heading down to new lows. We're going to zero one day. It's not how it works. So even that thesis being pushed out there, the thesis here, the main thesis here is, oh, look, we're close to all-time highs. Time to go down to zero now. Like, that's just not it. It's not how it works. I'm sorry. No matter what you think, that's not how it works. And that's not what the facts support. There are thousands of examples in previous history where we roll over. Thousands. There's like one right here, right? There's one right there. 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 You get what I'm saying? So this thesis that we're close to all-time highs, and so this is the top, it holds no weight or nor water. And furthermore, just looking at where we are in the marketplace, you get one pullback and we're still on daily trigger, and it's the end of the world. Can you imagine living like that? Come back to a daily trigger and you got the end of the worlders out there talking to you about how that was the high. We're never coming back to it again. We failed, and doom and gloom are going to zero. You're out of your fucking mind. There, I saved the F until 15 minutes into the stream. So just as we get there, if you check out that thumbnail this morning, you've got early people that want to exit early. I get that. Weekends want to get out early. Then you've got performance maxers that want to rip up here, get that all-time high, and get that roll. And it's not going to be an easy ride. We did a video about this. On 2 weeks ago, or a week, or I don't know. It was like last Sunday, the Sunday before. 2 Sundays ago, we did a video on this late at night. I don't know what time it was. 9 o'clock at night. We spent 2 hours, I think, going over this as we're up here. It's not going to be fun. It's not going to be pretty. And I'm kind of amazed right now that this entire run right here, and you think that the first time we even test the daily trigger, that's it. It's like, it's so bizarre. It's so bizarre.
Eastern time, we get
So
our
just
weekly EIA
my
data.
point here is that you
Crude
should
oil
be scaling out a little
inventories
bit.
forecast 2.3 million on the prior, minus 17.049 million, with a range of 5.221 million to minus 1.5 million.
Scale out a little bit.
Inventories forecast
And
minus
not only
0.2
that,
million
even if
on the
we
prior,
get a real
1.48
actual
million.
correction in the
Distiller
marketplace,
inventories
that if
forecast
daily triggers,
0.386 million on the prior, minus 0.7.
So even if you get a correction here, even if we trade down, trade 440, even if we trade 425, if daily trigger's not following along with that correction, it's not a time to panic. And I think that's the bigger lesson where we are here. Is that no, I'm sorry, that's not how this stock market goes. This stock market does not go down. If anything, you would turn this chart upside down and know that this is a secondary bottom, right? So you're always looking for higher bottoms and stuff like that, higher lows. The stock market does not operate in the opposite of that. Does that make sense? Over time, the stock market does not look for lower highs to go lower to fucking zero. That's why we're at 5,000 right now, and not like 5. Does that make sense? I don't know how to explain that any better to you out there. So that's some of the arguments that's going on right now, and it's just kind of a head scratcher. It's kind of a head scratcher, just a little bit of a head scratcher in some of what's being told out there. So just a worldview going back to the video from last Sunday. Minus 71 cents right now. We're gonna go back to the sitting here on the daily triggers, see if they can roll this down. Any kind of break of this stuff down here. And I'm going to switch over to puts and cut my my longs for Friday. But right now it's looking kind of bearish, not looking bullish here. But even with this bearishness here, the key point, I'm going to bring you back to this again, is that You are not seeing the daily trigger roll over with this market. So any of this drama, any of this price action that you're seeing in the market is not relevant to where we're headed. So there's a thesis being pushed out there right now that was the top, and we're not going back up there. We're not going to get any other highs. That the bull market, all that stuff is over, and it's just not showing that. There's nothing in the background saying that this pullback or correction is in any way, shape, or form related to a top in the market. There's nothing showing that. I'd need to see more for that to be the case. So just be aware of that for where we are right now, and be aware of that for the sellers out there, because there are people out there that are max short this market. There's also a trade going on right now for the end of September for a greater correction in September. There's a ton of put spreads out there for mid to late. I believe it's like September 21st to September 30th for an actual correction in that time period to capture that correction. So even if you get that correction now, or if you get it in late September, it's still not the market crash trade. It's just a corrective trade with put spreads into the end of September. That's an expected pullback in the marketplace. So just be aware of where you actually are, what that trade actually is, versus we're going to zero. Because what happens is we get the pullback, and these market crash bears, they disappear. They're not actually trading market crash, this is the top. They're telling you that it is to change your sentiment, to get price to where it needs to be for them to actually exit the market where they are. Meanwhile, you're like sold all your longs, you sold all your underlying, and you're max short. And as we head down to those bottoms on the daily trigger, on the weekly trigger, you're still max short, right? You're still like in shorts, you're still in puts that are 6 months, a year out, and then you blow your account up. Happens all the time. Happens when the market's going down as well. It actually happens when the market's rolling over all the time. Let me go back over to the main screen. So I had some Friday calls in here to that same position. I was not in 1 dates or 0 dates in the overnight. I don't know if any of you were or not. But I do have Friday calls, and I also own some TMF. So I'll tell you what, the drama out there is bizarre. Some of the shit that I was reading, watching. Well, I didn't watch the actual videos. I just watched all the. I shouldn't say I watched it because I didn't. But what I did was I was scrolling through trying to watch. I'm looking for a sailboat, and I'm like trying to look for these sailboat videos. And there's not a ton of them out on YouTube, so they recommend stuff that's on my feed or whatever. I'm like, these people are insane. I'm like, these fucking people have been calling tops 12 times this year. 12 times they've called tops. 12. And it's just bizarre. I have to be honest with you. I gotta be honest with you. Anyone that called 12 tops this year is either lying to you. They're either lying to you in what they're trading, or they're working a job. They either have a fucking job that they go to every week. I'm gonna be fucking 100% honest with you. I don't like telling this publicly, but I'm going to tell you something publicly. These people that are telling you that that's the top have probably called the top 10 times this year, 12 times. 11. This is the 12th. These are probably the same people that were telling you we were going to crash in May and June, in October, in December, in March, in January. Not even like, hey, we're at risk of this, just that we are. So if I have to guess here, these same people are trading a paycheck. I don't know if they're trading, I don't know, whatever they're trading, but the 12 times they've called it. Can you just imagine, right? Can you imagine listening to these people and they're telling you this is the top, right? They told us this the entire way from October to here, right? They told you this was the top. Now, let's just say that they told you this is the top and they sold the market, because I bought the market. So I'm wondering here how they sold the market 12 fucking times. Who are they? Fucking Mike Barry? What do? Do these people have fucking like Uncle Bob they can call up and just, I need another 100 fucking million so I can eventually be right? Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here that you're doing that. What, you think you got a special relationship with your broker? So I don't know. I'm trying to figure this out. I've had all kinds of excuses given to me. How like, well, it went down, I was up, and then as soon as it came back up, I cut it loose. I'm like, what? You've been broke since fucking October then? You're just flat? You just going short? What do you do? Do you go public and say this is the top? You take your short, and then it comes back up to a certain point, and then you cut it loose, and you don't make any money? What are you doing? You paying just rent since October? Are you paying just rent since last May or June? But get out of here. So, and this has nothing to do with a seller. This has to do with the doom seller. The purporting of this is the top. So you have to understand where that person is coming from. So that person is only one of two people. They're either selling you fucking bullshit to get their shit to print, right? Where they disappear. They break out that little smoke bomb, take the money and run, right? Meanwhile, you're drinking the Kool-Aid, and you're like, yeah, did you hear we're going to zero? Right? So you hear that. Right? I'm max short. And then you get to keep your job while they disappear. Or that person is actually max fucking short. And they got a goddamn job at Wendy's. That's what they got, a job at Wendy's. I don't care. You can name it wherever I don't care where they have a job. But they're saving up their $1,000 paychecks. And they're max shorting it over and over and over. Because I don't know. This market goes up. In my view, this market goes up. Historically, this market goes up. And you should be looking for dips to buy here. You should be looking for dips to buy right here on that daily trigger. You should be looking for dips to buy on that weekly trigger if it comes with some time on it, so that you can look at that fucking thumbnail that I got in this video that tells you that the max performers are here. Not the weak hands. We're the people that see through the bullshit. We're the ones that are trying to say, no, don't listen to these people. They're out of their fucking minds if they think that we're going to go back to all-time highs and just fail. Let's look at that for a minute, too. Let's take a look at that for a minute. Let's talk about how out of your mind you sound. Let's look at that for a minute. I mean, let's look at where we are. I mean, we just got back here to 459, right? I mean, let's look at this. It's got back here to 459.59. We're trading right here in its market crash. You get what I'm saying? It's like, really? Then why is this significant? Let's ask that question, too. Let's ask, why is that significant? Let's make that one a big red. Let's find out. Let's go back and hit time. And let's take a look at it. Let's go back there. Let's have a look back in history. Nobody wants to go back in history, right? Look at all that stuff back there. Woo! Talk about a messy ass chart. So you got this stinky Pete right here. Look at him. You got this stinky Pete right here trying to sell you down, right? Look at that stinky Pete. He's right there. He's like, you're going to fail to get that new high right here. Yeah, we know. The whole way up, we failed that new high, right? The whole way up, we failed that new high. Right? Boom, filled the new high. Bring it back down here. Look at that, 447, 446 down here, 450 over here. Close the gap over here, right? Look at that, 449.05 fighting in here. Get some pushers back over here, some buyers over here. Got caught and trapped down in here. Kinds of volatility down in here. Giant gap over here. Filling that gap in over here. Filling all that in right now. Daily triggers all over here, huh? Just filling all this in right now. You see it? All getting ground up and filled in right now. Why? 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 Because there's another gap up here. What do you think? We're leaving this one behind right here? You think we're leaving that gap behind? Is that what you really think? What is that? 466.44? 466.44. Here's the previous high up here. You think we're leaving that gap behind? We come all the way up here. And we're not going to fill this one in at least? We got a lot of work to get there, don't we? We got some filling in to do down here. To spend some time down here. Fill all this in here. You get what I'm saying? You get all this back here that you're trying to fill in. Come back up here and start attacking this 466, this 468, 469, and even higher highs, believe it or not. 470, 472. We're not even here yet. We're not even up here. We're not even at 466, 60 points away. Filling a gap, and you're telling me we're not going back up there right now? Doom and gloom. See you later. We're never coming back here again. This market goes down to the right. Killing me. Straight up killing me. Got him over here trying to sell all this down. Seller rage over here. Big banks from back in the end of the beginning of 2022. I wonder what kind of shorts are still on the market, believe it or not. Still, they're still not shorts on the market from back there, Cap. I'm like, yes, there is. Yes, there is. Carl Icahn just got taken for a bunch of money. These guys don't give up. That's not how it happens. Sitting here watching the daily trigger right now. A little bit of a secondary bloodbath setting up. You get the first bear plane right here. These second ones could be a doozy down here, so I'm going to pay attention to this. TMF's going back down again right now. TMF was cranking now with a pullback on TMF. Hang tight 1 second. Bunch of drama queens out there. I mean, we're up here in stream sometimes, right? We're just blasting north. And we'll be on like a high, right? And I get asked in chat, like, should I enter long now? And I'm like, are you out of your minds? Like, when you're on these bottoms, you add to long positions. You create long positions. If anything, you would be buying long positions right where we are in this daily trigger. And if we were then to roll down to the weekly, you would roll into that long. Does that make sense? So your job as a bull or as a buyer is to be buying these pullbacks. Your job is not to be watching the stock market go to 466 and saying, I want to add here, Captain. You don't do that. You actually put the risk on down on daily triggers. If you lose, or if you didn't put enough time on it, if you lose, you roll into the weekly trigger. Now, if you put enough time on it It's not really going to matter if we even go to the weekly trigger, is it? It's going to go higher. This market goes up. I want you to remember that at all times. If this market goes up, it does not go down. It is not easy to crash the S&P 500. Fucking point in case was 2022. In 2021, we continued higher for an entire year. In 2020 and 2021, I remember that year, and I fucking remember every bear out there that year for an entire year. Claimed this market was going down, and the S&P 500 is going to crash. And then we got a rollover last year, right? We got a rollover last year, and I was told that every one of those bottoms we were going to crash down. And now we're not even like what are we? 70 points? What are we, 448? We're like what? From 466 is like right down the road. And you're trying to tell me that we're not going there? You're out of your fucking mind. You really are. You're out of your fucking mind. You're out of your mind. Telling me after you couldn't crash this shit in 2022, after this thing mooned in 2021, that the S&P 500, that's the top, we're going to zero? Get out of my fucking face. We might go to zero, but you're crazy. You're literally crazy, man. People buy this thing for life. They own it for life till they're 80. And it's like happening today. I'll give it happening. Like I'm not anti like the market rolling over. It has, I think, in my view, it happens once. It happens slightly after the pause comes in, or the pause is believed to be coming. Once sentiment goes to, yeah, we have a pause. The next meeting, we're gonna get a pause, and everyone believes that we are going to start to cut rates. When that happens, that's when my countdown starts. I'm like, countdown. And I still haven't seen, a matter of fact, I just read a story. I did read this story. They were like the most credit card debt in history or something like that. And they made, CNN made all the spooky sounds on it. And I was like, it's not up that much. I was like, it's up a little bit from the last report. I'm like, it's not that bad yet. And then I read someone else, and then some other rocket scientist came into a discussion board I was on, and he was talking about commercial real estate, saying that's where the risk to the market is. And I'm like, the risk isn't there to that market. I was like, what happens is, I was like, this is so bizarre. This is very much similar to 2007, 2008, with auto loans. So auto loans in the 2007, 2008 is very similar to commercial real estate loans, in that these people can abandon these loans. And right now they can sell still, right? Even with a balloon payment, they can still sell. And they don't really care, right? These banks can absorb this kind of stuff and catch a bailout, believe it or not. Catch an actual bailout. We already have seen the Fed supportive of regional banks earlier in the year. I mean, you would expect them to step right back in on that as well and be supportive of banks if there is an implosion of the commercial banking market. I don't think that's where the risk comes in. I think that the risk comes into a wealthy bank or hedge fund that's been short this fucking market. I think they're going to get rolled over. I think they're going to get rolled hard. Icahn, I think, was the tip of the iceberg. I don't think that's over. I think that's the one that comes back to haunt. And that might be a signal. But in truth, the things that I'm actually looking for, like the actual, what do I want to see? I want to see the belief that we've paused rates, the belief that we're going to cut rates. I want to see the unemployment rate coming up steeply. I want to see jobs going down, right? The availability of jobs out there. I want to see those coming down. Those are some big things that really mean something. Jobs, unemployment, and then the cutting of rates for even that big roll to happen. And, you know, this, like, you're going to get this talk right now. We did this video 2 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago, we did a video, and I was like, you're going to get every fucking bear out there coming out and saying that's the top. You're going to get every fucking famous bear telling you this is the top. They're going to try to front run this. They're going to come in early, right? They come out of their holes once a month or so, and they tell you that's the top. And now they're going to come out early. They're going to get the game faces on, and they're going to try to shift sentiment to negativity, right? From now into whenever we do get the actual top. And what's even more insane is if this was a top, you still have time to exit the market. So it's not like you can't exit the market. It's not like we don't return to the scene. And what's even more fascinating, I was trying to go through this for myself this week, and I was like, yeah, let's say it is the top. It's like, let's entertain them. It's like, let's entertain them and say that it's the top. Let's say they're going to front run it early. Let's say they're going to front run it extremely early. Hold on a second here. Let's say they're on time here. But I'm gonna say even if we get that check back down there, right? Even if they check that shit down there, and when they do check that stuff down there, it's usually like a month and a half of pain. Month and a half. Sometimes 3. At max. That's it. You could close your laptop, open it back up in a month and a half and 3 months, and the sun's gonna be shining. Everything's going to be happy. The birds will be chirping. And you're still going up. It's going to be the quickest. You're not getting like 9 months of down. You're not getting 6 months of down. You're not getting full sector cuts and then the S&P 500 down for 3 years. It doesn't happen like that in these situations. We're either going to do that cup and handle, go up there and slap some new highs, or if we roll down and test the trough, it's fast. Every time it's like, wham down, wham back up. So you're at the tail end of this cycle. We're not at the start of this cycle. I'm sorry. I apologize to you if you're a seller out there. If in any way, shape, or form you think that we're in the beginning of it, you're out of your fucking mind. The beginning of it was December of 2020. So you're like all the threats and all of the noise and the doom and gloom we're passing it. You get what I'm saying? So we're passing by the real danger and risk. We're actually entering into, hey, you bought the dip in October? Did you buy the dip last June? Good job. Did you buy the dip in October? Good job. Did you buy the dip in December? Good job. Did you buy the dip in March and May? Good job. And I want you to know that any rollover, if there is any, it's going to come right back up. We don't get multi-year bear markets. That's not how this works. Never has worked like that. Well, it has. There's been a couple times that's worked like that. World War II, yeah, it worked like that. The Great Depression, yeah, it worked like that. Do I think we're getting that again? No, I don't think so. Do I think we have fraud in the market? But the same guy was talking. He was like, commercial real estate market is a fraud. And I was like, what do you mean it's a fucking fraud? I was like, get out of here with it's a fraud. Seriously, get out of here with it's a fraud. Like it's killing me. It's a fraud. It's one more fraud. I'm like, this whole market's a fraud built upon, 200-300 years of fraud. Back to the argument about burning tires in New York. The U.S. is going to lose the dollar. I kid you not. So I was in the Army. Like, man, unless you're like a war correspondent or you've worked for like some kind of NGO or some kind. And I'm not maybe travel not to a resort outside of the country. If you like actually travel, the kind of traveling most people think that they do, but they don't. you then understand the hegemony of the U.S. It's very rare to understand this true scope and breadth of U.S. hegemony in the world. It's not to be fucked with. I know that pisses people off, but it's the truth. I just saw people saying they're like the U.S. lost this war. I'm like, no, they didn't. They had that war as long as they wanted to have it. You don't want to call us like a hyperpower. So if you got superpowers, you got the U.S. They're a hyperpower. Replace the dollar with the one. Get the fuck out of here. It takes so much for that to happen. Well, maybe we have to blow up like the Panama Canal or something. Burning tires in New York. The Great Depression. We haven't seen nothing. We're going to see another one, the worst one ever. I'm like, no, we're not. We're never seeing that ever again. Or if you saw that, I think Joe Donut and I talk about it. We were like, it's the nuclear question, right? With the stock market. So like that question is, if we're ever going to go to that place, then you might as well buy the bottom, right? So like if we have that moment, if you ever have that that doom and gloom that everybody talks about, there's nothing else to do but buy it, right? There's no other point. Part of that had to do with the 87 crash too, right? There was like, hey, there's no market, we have to create one as that was happening. And that's what you turn to your partner and you go, no one wants to buy this shit. We should definitely buy it here, right? Because if it's going lower, it's not, like, you're going to be broke anyways. What do you care? Still trading the Daily Trigger. Daily Trigger will not give it up right now. Getting a little bit of flattening right now in the white and the red line. TMF now down to 649. I'm going to dip buy for it at 643 on TMF. That's getting close. Palo Alto Networks. Haven't traded them in a long time. It's been a long time since trading them. Enphase. Energy stocks are doing outstanding right now, by the way. Oxy's doing outstanding right now. All the energy stocks that I own are doing outstanding right now. Oil's doing pretty good overall. See if we can check on this really quick here. Take a look at SPY. To get a little bit more blood down here. Look at the 30-minute chart here. Come back into an area of dip buy, and you'll see this down here. Looking for that same thing right here. See if this dip gets bought in here. A little bit more weakness down here. You can see it happening right now inside of Webull. Just switching over here, just watching this weakness right here. A little bit more weakness ahead here for SPUs. Got S1 right down below here. That target is valid, 445.78. So you can see it right there. S1 down here, 445.78. Trading 447.66 right now. No movement on 6.5s either right now, just kind of sitting there. Previous low, just a heads up for yesterday's previous low is down here. Below S1 so you can see it down here. Bulls do not want to see this previous low. Where'd that go? Bulls do not want to see this previous low broken. No way, shape, or form for continuation of the downside. I'm on some 447 Ps, but they're not paying. They're only trading. I'm going to sell that. Down 2 pennies right now. Flat again. U.S. 10-year Treasury note yield has peaked in the current cycle, said 81% of strategists. Apple down minus 0.58%, Amazon down in 1 hour performance 0.51%, and NVDA down 1.57%. Scroll back up here. Oh, hold on a second here. I gotta check, make sure these are right. Yeah, there's one right there. There's the other one right there. Slightly higher. There's the other one right there. Gonna be a little bit straight here. I got some 447s. Trading 63 now. It's down 3 cents. Out at 63. I had a target that I had 2 days ago on NASDAQ, 15,11927. Trading 15,137 here. I already have to go tinkle this early. Well, VIX trading 1550 right now. Got one more leg coming right here. $146, no.
US stocks extend full, NASDAQ down 1%.
Turn that off. Should get one more red candle and then a big reversal here. Back on 447s, 447Ps. Trading 129, 128. Looking for 10 more ticks here. One more quick red candle down, and then should get a pretty good reversal here. VIX trading 1564 right now. I'm going to get stopped out here. Flat again. Added some 451s for Friday. They're $1 right now. Also adding more to 455C for Friday as well. Now I have 100 contracts on 455C. I think that paid for 455, or at least the top end, the 13 cents. Bounce right now on NASDAQ. NASDAQ squeezing above its 6 CMA on a 1-minute chart, hanging higher to 163. Like 15,128 and 15,119. It's so close. That NASDAQ, that entire gap, but 9 ticks didn't fill. It's pretty fucking close. We're either going to get one more rejection here or it's done. Entire gap is basically closed on NASDAQ. Might be one more capitulation move here. I'm not too concerned about it either way. So watch this, see if this roll happens here or not. There might be one more blood here. We'll wait and see if they actually go down there to NASDAQ. If they'll trade 119. If you go on NDX, here, I'll show you guys what I'm talking about. What's up, buddy? Morning. How are you? One of my dogs is like a middle of the he's an emotional wreck. Right down here. There's NASDAQ. Let's see what they were closing back here. Right in there. You could call it a little bit higher. Right there. There's the tag right there. Do you see it? This is NDX, NASDAQ 100. Just that touch right there of this one back here. So I'm adding to a long position here. Right now on SPY for Friday. So this is NASDAQ right now. Just want you to see it. All these gaps back here need to be filled. All that stuff up there needs to be filled. Just right down in here so you can see it right there. There's the tick. There's the wick. Pretty fucking close. So I'm long pretty heavily into Friday. I know there's that strike right there. This is the 1-minute chart on NASDAQ right here. So we're going to see, we don't want to see any kind of closing stuff down here. Nothing below here, this 14, 134, 19, that kind of stuff. So we'll pay attention to it, see how it goes. TMF back up again, pumping once more. There's SPY right there. We're going to see what happens down in here. I was in and out of some puts in here, but I was like, I don't know, man. I lost one, won two, but not a ton of money, so no interest. I'm just going to start piling in for Friday. Let's take a look on Bookmap. That big fat red line down there. That's the doozy down there, right? There's, oh. That's the big target right down here. This one's been here for some period of time. It's been parked here for some serious time. It's 44. I believe it's 4,400. Hold on. Yeah, 4405. That's all been down there for. Been sitting there for a period of time. See where the rest of that market is up there. Feel good. So much drama. So much bear sauciness. Daily trigger. Holding up just fine. Let me read your chat right now. Jimmy Berry saying, I have said this before, the bullshit inflation decrease the Fed keeps talking about isn't happening, and rates will drive property prices down. That'll be the top of the market, but for now, 450. You know, Jimmy, so I went looking at properties yesterday, and I was shocked. There's one house I was looking at. It was in, I think this one was in California. And the last time it had sold was 2012 or something like that. And I think it sold for 70 grand, 66 or 70,000. And it's now listed for $399. And I was like, you got to be fucking kidding me. It was like 60 something grand. And this house was not looking pretty. And it was just, they had a price decrease of, I think, 100 grand or something. And I was like, you got to be kidding me. So I went looking at houses yesterday. Like, I had no choice. I'm like, I got to take a look around and see what's going on. I'm like looking at auctions and stuff. Some of the absurd requests are some of like, because I don't think the housing market's coming down. Like I don't think it's coming down, but I'm like, how in the fuck do they get it down? Like, you got to do something. Like they got to do something. They need more home loan tightening, like specific. I'm shocked, man. Some of the prices that I'm looking at right now, I'm like, these people are out of their fucking minds. Like, they're out of their minds. Out of their minds. Like, I can understand. There's like two parts to this. Like, there's like you got like grade A, grade B, grade C properties. It's a really weird thing because like some people are like, I want to buy grade A property or something that's ready to go. And my view on it is like, why would you ever do that? Why wouldn't you just pay to have it done yourself? Like, as a seller, it's a really weird thing. Like, as a seller, it's It's look at all the drama here. 447.22, new low right now. We are getting that last roll down. They are bringing NDX down to blast through that 15.119. Trading 447.14 right now. It's like I'm watching these houses yesterday, and I'm looking at all these houses, and I'm like, man, usually you'll get someone that renovates a house, and they try to sell the house based on that renovation, right? So you get like the markup on the house. It's a grade A, grade B property. You're relying upon the thing that always makes or was bizarre to me is that it's dated the moment that it's put in, and then it might not be what you like or what you actually want. So why wouldn't you just buy a house and renovate everything yourself as it is? I'm trading 447.100 right now. Damn it, I got to add again, dude. NASDAQ breaking down into the 15, now 111 down here. Sorry, I'm buying a bunch of calls down here. So I'm looking at these houses yesterday, and I'm like, normally I would expect like the grade D, E, F, even C properties to not be that priced in that price range, and so that you can renovate these homes and make some money off them. But these are like, I'm looking at houses that I'm like, there's no fucking way that if I were to buy this house for $300,000-$400,000, that I'm ever getting $500,000, $600,000, $700,000 off of them. I can build a house for that money. I can raise that fucking house to the ground and build a house that's beautiful. Here I am down here trying to buy calls right now. I should have just stayed in puts down here. I'm down here trying to buy fucking calls. Here's S1 down here, 445.78. So I'm looking at these houses yesterday, and I'm like, you're not getting 400 from me. You're just not getting it. And there's like a class of houses, I guess, like these class F, E, D, and C houses where people are out of their fucking minds. Got another buy set up down here. I'm going to have to add some in the money here. I'm going to have to add some, hold on here. Yeah, you're out of your fucking mind being down here at 445. I'm going to add some in the money Friday calls here too, just as a hedge. Got some 447s I'm looking at here. Trading 446.25, heading down to S1. The previous low is right down here. That one just put a hurting on me. I just spent a ton of money. I just spent $20,000 on calls just then. 20 fucking K right on that bar. I'm about to throw up on this trade. $20,000 on weeklies on a Tuesday. So I'm here looking at houses yesterday, right? And I'm like, I'm not paying this money. I looked at some ranches too. I was actually looking for land, like 20 to 100 acres out west. Spent $23,000 in calls just there on that bar right here. This VIX wants to get nasty here. Apple trading 177.08. I think we had a price target on Apple of 175. Let's take a look at Apple real quick. Apple coming down into its weekly trigger. Its weekly trigger is sitting at 174.56. So if you're watching Apple in the background there, 174.56 is its weekly trigger. And here I am adding $20,000 in calls down here. I got to be out of my fucking mind. I'm actually up right now. Apple trading 177.23, looking for $3 more, $2.50 on Apple. That's S3 previous low down here at. I'm a little scared here. I got a bunch of money on the line. I don't want to see this break of S1 down here. I got calls right here. So I'm kind of sweating bullets here. Only down $1,000 right now. Tesla coming back down to retest its previous low. Tesla's still not trading its 235 yet. Apple, though, the market down on its weekly trigger right now. $3 more to go for Apple. Ooh, my butt's puckering up right now. HYG looking pretty bearish here. Dixie looking very bullish here. VIX wants to rip some faces off. I'm going to get stopped out of this trade. You can already tell. I got my fucking hands on the fucking sell trigger here. Like fingers on the sell button. I can already see that I'm going to get stopped out of this shit. Come on here. Yep. Got to stop in on this trade. I just took a giant trade. I'm down $1,300, something like that. Down to 20,900. Was that 23 when I bought it? I got to stop on it right now. Still haven't been stopped out yet. Sweating. I've got my stomach is turning right now, even being on this trade. I'm watching this down here. Come on, baby. Turn around. NASDAQ turning around right now. NASDAQ trading 15,091. Looking for 15,112. Long a bunch of calls right now. I've actually got put a $23,000 trade on, and I've got another maybe $6,000 or $7,000 in calls for Friday. Something like that. No stops in the stuff for Friday. I got to stop on a bigger trade, but it hasn't tagged yet. Come on back. Come on back. God, I don't want to if we run this down to get Apple down at 443, it's going to fucking send SPY right down here. I'm not going to tell you any pennies away. I'm getting stopped up, and I'm pretty fucking close. Come on, baby. Oh, they're trying to fucking hunt, aren't they? They are fucking hunting. They are hunting down here. They are trying here. Woof. Still not stopped out. They are trying, though. They were scraping the twos. They were 206, 206, want to sell 207. How about 204? You want to sell that? I'm like, no. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. I need some Tums. Dude, squeeze this shit. Squeeze it. Print me 10 fucking K today. Come on, baby. $448.53. 448.53. Right there. Just so you know, I'm trying to trade this right here. I bought this tick right here. What I don't want to see is this to roll over here. I need to see this trade here. NDX sitting on its 30 EMA on a 5-minute chart right now. 1-minute chart, excuse me. I'm flat right now. Any kind of continuation here, I'm going to have to flip to selling. So this is not like right here. This would, if any kind of rejection here is not going to be good. It's like the key for me here is to break above this. Need to break above 446.42. Green now. VIX trading 16.55 right now. Bears, man, they want to roll this so hard right now. Woof. VIX trading that 1662. That was the upside target. Next targets on VIX to the upside would be 1732 and then 1814, or just below it. You also got 1841 up there from the other day. That was left behind as well. NASDAQ breaking above its 30 EMA right now. That 15,119, just heads up here. So like that 15,119 number from NASDAQ earlier, they're gonna try to turn that into resistance here. That's why you're seeing this weakness right now on SPY. So just where we are right here, on SPOOs specifically. So NASDAQ's trying to climb above 15,119, and it's above its 30 EMA, but as it's coming back up there, we're turning support into resistance here on NASDAQ, right in this zone right here. So we got to break above this. Don't want to turn this into resistance, or we're going to bloodbath this market. So we'll see what's up. Trading 1660 on VIX right now. So the target on VIX was 1662. Next target on VIX above is 1732. For some reason, I can't put lines on my charts right here. 1813, then 1841. Don't like seeing this right here. This is pretty bearish right here, too. Just seeing this rejection bar right here, not good. So just watching this right here. Having problems putting stuff on this. Sellers are real in there right here, so. Still haven't triggered a sell, so we'll find out if I do get triggered out of this trade. Hope that I don't. Previous low down here. So if you're a bear, you want that previous low down here at 444. Although I think if you start to reject here, you're going to get all the way down to at least S2, even more. 442.80 won't be the target to get down there. Still long, substantial calls here. It was actually green for a minute in here on the last set of calls that I bought. It was green right in here. Briefly, just a few $100, not enough to make a difference. Dixie looking very bullish right now. Pull back on VIX right now, but it's still looking for some kind of confirmation at $16. Trading 16.40 right now. IWM looking pretty fucking bearish here. And then Apple just floating around. Apple with a bounce on 177. The downside target on Apple was, I believe, 173 or 5. Tesla not showing the way down there yet either. $174.44 total on Apple. That's the exact number. Trading 177.36 right now. So that kind of lends itself to that capitulation move to the downside on SPUs. That's what I'm afraid of. Is like a fucking bloodbath. It's shaping up right now for it. I'm gonna get stopped out. I can already see it. It's already setting itself up for a bloodbath right here. Still long calls. Can see it right in here. Previous low right here, rejection right here, bounce around, get underneath here, and then bam, there's your downside, new low. Price target down below, 444.60. Still haven't been stopped out. I don't know why. Getting a premium kick right now. I'm getting premium kick on my calls. My calls are going up as we're going down. Just a heads up out there. My calls are rising in price on that low. So this low, my calls are actually going up. They're selling puts down here. They're starting to. Or someone's trying to sell puts. Now I'm losing a little premium now. I'm getting closer. I think I was at 06 down here or something like that. And that bar was at 09 or 012 or 12 or something like that. Or this red bar here was like 09. This one was 12. Feeling a little bit more confident here. IWM bloodbath in it still. HYG has a giant gap down to 74.23. It's got another gap down below at 73.91 too. Dixie rolling over right now. Now my calls are losing some shit down here. We're at 07, 06 down here now. And just like that, they took me out. I'm flat. I'm flat on one large. I'm down. I just lost $3 grand on that bar right there. $3,000 loss right on that bar right there. So I got $3,000 L on that loss, and I got stopped right here. 3K, dude. Woo! Woo! This one right here got me. I was just under 2 on this one, and it went, whoop, didn't catch me up here, didn't catch me over here. Bam, that one caught me. God damn. Shit. Yeah, 3 grand's not too much. 3 grand's not. Spend $1,000 in a day. Spend that in like a few days. Spend that pissing money away. 3 fucking grand, and I'm down on. I got calls for Friday. I got calls on Friday for 51s and 55s still. Haven't sold those. Have added to them. So I got 51s for Friday, 55s for Friday. I was trading 447s for Friday. But that's not going to happen. So we're going to wait and see until this cools off a little bit. Let them do their thing down here. There's a lot of drama down here, so let's let them do their drama down here, try to get their previous low. Fuck that. I'm not giving 3 grand any bear. Yeah, I'm just going to try to jump back in here in just a moment, so kind of want to put a call spread on down here too. So I'm thinking about Apple call spreads down here. So just as we get down here, try to re-enter again. I'm going in with some size here, so I'm gonna end up being on some pretty big size down here. So wherever that here is. Like, part of me is like, just buy fucking Apple fucking spreads right now. It's trading 177. Like, do I need the other $3 on them? We're at a bottom down here. I just don't know where it is. I mean, I know where it is. It's generally in here. And they're killing options right now. So the 447s are now $1.91. I might set up a spread here in the background and just hold this spread here. Hold on, I gotta log in. $185. So I'm logged in looking at Apple call spreads here. Easy. Wait for me, dude. Back on again. Just bought a bunch more calls on 447 just then. About 100 pack of 447s. We'll see. I'm looking at on September 22nd. Apple call spread 170 to 200. I don't know that it gets to 200 though. It costs $1,000 for $1,900. It's like 170 to 190 call spread costs. 170 to 190 call spread costs. It's not that good of a payout. I'm gonna look at SPY real quick. Hold on. I don't like the payout on Apple. Hang tight for a second. I got some coming through. Who is this? I keep getting like political September 22nd. The pricing kind of sucks down here. So like it's $855 to make 1145 on SPY. Spreads for 9/22 for September 22nd. That's not that good. It's kind of a shitty spread. I mean, I'm only gonna get paid 500 on that 800, 450, 500, and not only that, I have to go higher than. Oh, I'm long again. I just put another 20K on, or not 20, 19,000 or something like that. Put like 19. It was like went down to like $1.90 or something like that, $1.92. I put another 20. I'm back in again, and I'm trying to buy some spreads right now for some size. I've got a September 22nd debit call spreads, 445, 465s. As well. So I'm loading up right now. I'm putting fucking money on right here. Now we can get another leg down. We can even go down here to 442. There's likely another downside move to 173, 174 on Apple. But this is close enough for me. So I'm putting size. If you guys fucking want to know when I'm putting size in the market, here it is. You guys are looking for, you guys are like, well, Cap says he puts spreads on the market, and Cap says he buys the market, but I never see it. I'm doing it right now. So it's making me throw up, I'll tell you that. I'm not feeling well with it. I'm actually, I'm up $700 right now or something like that, $800. So I'm down 3K on one trade. I made a little bit of money, but not enough to make any difference on puts. But I didn't continue on with puts. I started losing thousands on trying to buy this dip down here, but lost 3K, I think. So I'm making money right now. So, but I am buying call spreads. So I just bought a call spread right now with some size. I've got straight calls right now too. For Friday, I've got 447s, 451s, 455s for this Friday. And if we get another roll down here, we trade that 440 or the 173, 174 in Apple. I'll roll into those too. This is you guys want to know how you put risk on the market? This is it. So you keep doing it to me. You keep fucking selling this market down. I'm gonna keep buying it. I'm gonna just buy all of it. Shit you not. I assure you, it's not fun doing this. But the payoff is usually pretty good. So payoff usually is a pretty big day. I'll go out to an Airbnb and piss away 20, 30,000 and I mean like nothing to me, so some long, September 22nd, basically for all-time highs, 265 or 465s. I don't think we get there, but if I can take 30% of that trade, if I can take 30% of it and just kill it, because I don't hold these spreads to the end. I only hold them for like 30%. If I can get 50, I'm stoked. But I don't usually hold. You usually don't get the full 100% payout unless you hold it to the closing date, or we go really, really high. So just a word of caution to you. If you don't know much about trading spreads, sometimes you get all of it if you get like an outsized move. But usually like 30%, 40%, you exit and try to reposition for a new trade. I need some Tums. Do I ever trade options? Yeah, I fucking trade futures. Fuck yeah. I trade futures. Not as much as I used to. I'm not exclusive to it anymore. I will trade them, though. I do trade them at nighttime. So if I wake up and it's like, oh, shit, I need to make some money. I need to hedge a position, I will. I trade them right now. I trade futures, yes. But I don't trade them exclusively. Most of this show is... So this show is not for... or it's for a futures trader, but this show is meant for losing traders. Stop losing their fucking money. Young traders. That's what this show is geared towards. If you want to trade futures, get inside the Discord. I used to trade them exclusively for a time. I would never sleep. I was like walking around in a bathroom. I was the bathrobe guy. So I don't do it anymore unless I know that I can make some money. Know where it's going. I don't trade the wheel anymore. I don't do a bunch of spreads anymore. I don't do any of that kind of stuff. I've traded everything. So there isn't, I'm trying to think of anything that I haven't traded. You know what I never traded? I never traded currencies. I've never traded currencies. Oh, and I have not traded, I've looked into trading options outside of the United States. Options on crypto, but I have not traded that either. I've never traded NFTs. I have owned crypto. I still have a bunch of crypto in an account that I don't look at. Anytime like crypto sells to zero, like 0.000000001, I'll load up like $1,000, $10,000, and I never look at it again. Like literally don't look at it again. Matter of fact, I looked at my crypto account. I looked at my crypto account recently and I was like, oh, I missed a huge rip. I was like, so whatever. I mean, it's what it is. I'll just leave it there and check back on it in 5 or 10 years or something, keep adding to it. And if I hit it rich, I'll hit it rich. I used to trade Bitcoin way back in the day, and I fucking sold it. If I just held it and left it for like 20 years, I'd have fuck you money. So oh yeah, baby. Ooh yeah. Oh yeah. I'm up to a bunch of money right now. Almost have gotten back what I lost. Almost flat on the day right now. Squeezing trading 446 right now. Making some serious money right now. $451s are dogging still. 455s look like real dog shit, but I got way more money on a higher trade, so this will end up paying for it. So I got longs. I got some spreads in the market. That's good to see. I haven't been able to put spreads on in some time. I haven't had a spread on in months. So I'm happy there. So I've got some spreads on SPY. I wanted to take them out on Apple, but I didn't like the payout on them for where it needs to go. I have like an issue here with Apple. Like I want to see Apple trade 200, but I don't think it trades 200 until Christmas. So I'm like looking at Apple going. So I was looking at the price of Apple for spreads, and like I'm like, yeah, can Apple do 200? Yes, but more than likely it'll be like Christmas, I think, Hanukkah, Christmas, New Year's. So I'm like, yeah, that 200, that's like up there. So I'm like, will it hit that in September? Probably not. Maybe. Probably not. It's like that mythical 200. It feels like Apple at 200 is a place to sell the market. Like it's got some kind of connotation. So I feel like they save Apple for like January 1st or something stupid. The first week of January. Something stupid like that, some kind of like historical marketplace, or at least like, calendar. It's like, well, you can't have SPY go to 270 and not have Apple go to, or 265 or 266. Like, Apple has to be there if we're going to sell it, that kind of stupid shit. So I'm looking at the Apple spreads and I'm like, yeah, they're asking me to do it at 200. And the A's an hour ago, and it's like, yeah, you need to do the 200s. And I'm like, I ain't doing the fucking 200s on Apple. I'll do the 200s on Apple for like January, like first week of January. But the payout's not that good. It's better on SPY. So we're gonna synthetically do it through SPY in a short time frame. But I'm figuring here that I'm not gonna hold these call spreads. A couple rules here in these spreads. I'm not going to hold these call spreads into September 22nd. I'm going to try to exit them at the latest September 1st, maybe the 5th or 7th. I hope not to hold them even for 2 or 3 weeks max. I'd like to hold them only for 2 or 3 weeks max. So we'll see what happens here. I guess the next question is, if I get rolled here, let's say we roll down to 440 or 425, I'll take my licking and I will re-enter again down there on SPY. So I'm looking to put risk on, continue to put risk on in this market here. I know that sounds crazy to you. This looks like doom, doesn't it? Look how bad that looks. Look at that giant. Oof. That nastiness. Look at that blood in the marketplace, dude. Vicious bears down there trying to sell the entire market, make you guys believe that we're having a market crash. And I'm fucking down here trying to put size on the market. So I was down here, got taken down here. Up right now. See what happens. See if we can trade that back up. If you're a bear and you think we can go down farther, we can. We can down to S2 down here. 442.81. No, we can even trade 440. We could actually trade 425 and we're still bullish. 432 on SPY. 432 on SPY. And I'm still bullish there. Look, that's how bullish I am. Like any pullback here in daily trigger, any pullback onto weekly trigger, and I'm buying it. Yeah, I don't care. I'll be honest with you. I don't care. I don't care if it mean reverts all the way down to 425. I don't care. This is going to be a banner year, so I looked at my year so far. My year is good. My year is like I'd have to lose $1 million or something stupid. This has been a banner year. So we'd have to trade 4,000 like tomorrow. I'm all about maximizing end of the year profits. I'm all about that all-time highs. I'm all about it. I'm all over the all-time highs. You gotta be out of your fucking mind if you think we're not going up there. Trade this market sideways for 2.5, 3 years, and you think we're not going up there? You're out of your fucking skull. Paying people $50 an hour, and you don't think they're gonna give us all-time highs on S&P 500? So they're not gonna reprice the stock market higher? You're out of your fucking minds. You are. You get that pay down to like $20 an hour, and we'll reprice the S&P 500. You're out of your fucking skull. Oh, I gotta look at this right now. I get a bunch of text messages here. Hang tight 1 second. Ooh, that's looking good. Man, that's looking good. That's kind of cool. I like that. All right. I'm going through the website right now. It looks really good. Dude, if you could print me three, I said three. If you could print me 10K today, I'd be happy. Microsoft turning green right now in the past hour. Microsoft up 0.3%. Apple up 0.19% in the past hour. Meta up 0.65%. NVDA up 0.85% in the last hour. NASDAQ trading higher right now, trading 15,122. Now, there is something to be said here. If you're watching VIX right now, there is a bull plane forming on the 5-minute on VIX at 1643. So the downside move might not be over yet. There's muted price action here on SPY to the upside. So just beware here that on SPY, right? SPY should be higher right now. It's not. So it's kind of making me wary. You're gonna see VIX here roll over, and if VIX rolls over, we should trade higher here. But then there might be a larger roll to the downside, so it's the roll might not be over here. So just be aware, be safe in your trading. That this move right here might not be over. So. To the downside. So just be aware of this. that we might not be done here. So we'll leave that up for you to the downside. And VIX is showing that, like squeeze higher and then a roll. I'm trying to get this up here at least on some weekly calls. I've got some 447s if they can make it up here. I've made one attempt to buy them, and I'm making another attempt to buy them right now. And I've got some 451s and 455s for Friday as well. Just be careful of that last capitulation leg down. This would be Apple going to 473, so just be aware of it in here. Still no previous low down here. It's positive for bulls. I'm entering into call spreads for 3 weeks into September here. Hold on a second. I got to write some notes down. Give me a second. I went looking for a new office chair. And I haven't been happy with new tab. I haven't been happy with what I found. So I went to, you guys tell me what you think. So tell me what your experience has been. Still up right now. Tell me what your experience has been with office chairs. So I went to Costco and looked at, they had a Lazy Boy leather-ish chair there that everyone highly rates. I didn't like it. I thought it sucked. It's like $200. It wasn't as, so my chair is like, I need a new chair. My chair now is nice. It's breaking. But I'm in need of a new chair. Now, I don't like gaming chairs. I'm not a fan of them at all. I'm not a fan of some of the chairs without like a leather. I like leather backing. I like the lumbar support. I like great cushion on the bottom. I like it to be able to tilt backwards and lock if I need it to lock, but the tilt feature as well. And so then I went there. I went to Staples or something like that, Office Max. I don't know which one. It was like a Plaza or whatever. And I didn't like any of their chairs either. Then I went on Amazon and looked at some of their chairs, and I felt like on Amazon it was a minefield. Like, if I order the wrong thing, I'm going to be like, I got fucked on a $400 or $500 chair. Not a fan of Herman Miller chairs. Not a fan. Like some of their chairs, do not like their office chairs. Not a fan of them. So I'm a pretty active guy. So, like, I don't need to stand. Like, I go out I got kids. So, like, every night I go out with my kids. Every day. Like, every morning, every night, there's something that we're doing. So I'm an active person. Every weekend I spend out and about doing stuff. So, like, I don't need, like, I'm not like, I don't spend a lot of my time sedated, or not sedated, but in a sedated entry. Yeah, I don't like steel case either. So I like the full back. I like it full back. I like it leather, and I like it to have the high back where I can rest my head on it. Some of those chairs I was looking at, people are like, nah, They're like that doesn't come up high enough or it's not wide enough. I like armrests that move, but mine these don't on this chair. Do you guys feel like a chair is like? Do you feel like an office chair is something where it's like a big scam industry, and then because you can't see them in person or sit in them, it's like you're buying. I feel like I'm buying a name, or I'm buying. Like I feel like I need to sit in it. I like steel case. I have for a lot of years. I used steel case chairs when I was younger, but I'm getting older now, so I'm like I've got injuries, all that kind of stuff. I've done damage to myself. Like I have done a ton of damage. So like if I sit in a chair, it needs to be supportive. I need some comfort if I'm sitting in a chair. I'm the kind of guy that like I can sleep on a concrete floor and feel good. Like it feels good to sleep on a concrete floor. But then when I'm sitting in a chair, I'm like, I can't sit in a concrete chair. Secret Lab. Yeah, see, I'm not feeling for me it's not tiredness. I don't want to feel pain when I get back up. I don't want to feel pain. So like if I sleep on if I have a very comfortable bed, sometimes I'll have to sleep on a floor. So I sleep on a floor and everything realigns and I feel better. Like my body feels better. When I sit in a chair for some reason, the more correct it is, the more pain I'm in, the more worn down I feel. I feel like I'm standing on concrete. So maybe a better way to describe it. Maybe that's better. So if I'm sitting in a stiff chair, when I get up, I feel like I was standing. Didn't you guys know that if you stand on concrete all day long, you become worn out, right? That's how I feel when I'm sitting in a chair like that. So. So yeah, that's the other thing is my height. So I'm 6'1", so I'm like on the cusp of needing a big chair, but not quite there. That's a big one right there, the height. So I was looking at high back chairs on Amazon, and they were like, "Oh, the high back chairs are 26 inches from the back of the ass all the way up to your head," and I was like, "That's too short for me." Yeah, you like the mesh. I can't do the mesh, man. I can't do the mesh. I get it. I see the reviews on it, on the mesh. So I see everybody say those ERMS chairs are awesome too, but I'm like, there's no fucking way. I'll never make it. I'll sit in that thing and never get out of the chair. I'll be in pain. Squeezing higher once again on S&P 500. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, that the Amazon chairs were a scam. And I don't mind paying $500 for a chair, but I want to sit on it. And so that was my other question. I've never owned a Lazy Boy chair, but they came recommended. So I don't know if I have to go to like a Lazy Boy store. The one that I sat in at Costco looked like a knockoff, like a name only. It was Lazy Boy. And I don't know if they're good chairs. I don't know if they've got great, like they say they have all this great stuff, and I'm like, I don't want to spend $500 on a Lazy Boy and have it be a fucking knockoff from China either. No offense to Chinese products, but they make great products if you can find them from the right company. Good products do come from China, but most of Chinese shit is garbage, right? Repackaged, rebranded, or even just full on fake. Back to making a ton of money. Up 20 cents right now on a $19,000 trade, 19,300 to be exact if you want to know the exact. Not fucking around here today. Office Depot. I'll have to check. I went to one of them this week. Wasn't happy with it. They have different kinds of office chairs too. Matter of fact, the one that I sat in, dude. So I sat in the chair at Costco, and it was called a manager's chair, and it like leans forward, and so they're like, well, this makes you be able to work longer. And I'm like, do I look like the fucking manager? I'm like, do I look like I want to be working fucking 12 hours a day? I want to sit in comfort for 6 or 7 hours, maybe 8. Well, I guess I do sit here a lot right now, but the 80s Super Mario Brothers gaming chairs, that'd be kind of cool. My other thought was to do like a just a nice leather chair. Something high quality, and then have like a desk cart that rolls over to it. Just for shits and giggles. I sat in that manager chair, lazy boy. It's called a lazy boy manager chair. And I sat in it, and I was like, this feels like cruel. This feels like your manager is like, yeah, fuck you too. You're gonna be in pain while you're working. It's kind of like the benches out in the park with the stubs on them, so you can't sleep on the park bench. You can sit there, but you can't sleep there. If you sit there longer than 15 minutes, you're gonna be in pain. Yeah, Bazar, when you're in Detroit, let me know, man. When you're in Detroit in March, we'll hang out. 100%. If you come to Detroit, brother, I got you. I got you covered. We'll have a good time. Let me know like the week that you're coming too. Try to get some invitations, some nice places. I'll take you to a speakeasy, man. We'll go to the old haunts in Detroit. Detroit's a fucking blast, man. Detroit's getting blown up right now. People in the Detroit subreddit are coming in. They're like, I thought this was like a hellscape apocalypse place. And people are in there right now. Like the Detroit subreddit, people are visiting the city right now. And they're like, I had no idea how nice the city is actually. The city's fucking beautiful right now. It's like becoming beautiful. It really is. It's like coming into its own right now. There's a lot more work to be done. But there's a ton of great stuff happening in the city. I see it. So I'm like, it's growing on me. I'm getting some love. Some like deep love for Detroit. And I don't know if Detroit's ever had that in a long, long time. So like the city is looking really good. I mean, it still has its shit, but nowhere near what it once was. Nowhere near. Oh, yeah, baby. Keep on pumping. Keep on pumping. Keep on pumping. Keep on pumping. Trading 230 and 93. I'm up fucking 40 cents right now in a $20,000 trade. $19,000. I'm very green right now. I'm on 445s, 465s. 445, 465 for September 22nd. And I'm on a shit ton of 447s for Friday. I'm on a shit ton of 451s and 450. Not a shit ton. Small positions. Cheap small positions. I got 100, I think 125 call. I got 125 calls on 455C. I've got another 100 calls on 451s. I've got 100 calls on 447s. And I got a fuck ton of call spreads for September 22nd. Trading 430 or 236 right now in a $1.93 trade for Friday. Nice recovery right here. Nice double bottom, penis bottom. Target to the upside for me, at least, is up here. Last hour, a little bit of a pause here. So you might get a quick pullback here. You've got NASDAQ testing its 129 EMA and on a 1 minute chart. You got the 27 EMA and a 1 minute coming up for NASDAQ here. So a little bit of a pause. Yeah, hanging dong bottom right now. Call spread's now trading $902. So they're up pretty good. I think they're up $15 or something like that. Put a call spread on right down here. Right on that bar, actually. That green bar is where I executed. Early on this trade. A little late on this trade. Hey, Biggie, thanks. Can you send me a link to that on my phone? A link to that chair? Debit call spreads. Debit call spreads, not credit spreads. Debit. The key indicator is either credit or debit. So they're debits. Less risk of assignment in my view. I'm only going to hold. There's 3 rules here. Ready? Or 2 or 3 rules here. there's a few. I got a bunch of rules. I shouldn't say. I say I'm like 2 or 3 rules, but there's a whole bunch of rules. I try to take profit. Base rules are this. I try to take profit. If we begin to roll down, a couple things here. We begin to roll down to that weekly trigger, I'll exit or leave the put or the so how do I explain this? Let me explain this better. Hold on, let me write this down. Let me write everything down here. We'll write this down. If I write this down, we don't have to do it again. I'm like, give me 1 second. As we go over this over and over again, and people are like, make a video. So Binky, if you're watching, I'm gonna do spread rules. Let's see if I can write. Can I do a notepad? Work. Push that over. Damn it. All right. CJJ. Debit. Call. Put. Spread rules. No. So right now I'm not in put spreads. I don't normally do put spreads because they tend not to print well unless we have actually rolled the market over. So if we roll the market over, they do very well. If we're in a bull market, they tend not to be as consistent. So I don't trade too many put spreads in a bull run until we get an actual market rolling over. Now, if the market rolls over, they do very well. They have a very high rate of hitting. But my most consistent is a few things. So let's do it. Let's start at the top. So try to buy them. Well, wait a minute here. I forget how to change the. Forget how to change. Is it right clicking on it? All right. I try to buy on breath capitulation whenever possible. Whenever possible, try to buy on breath capitulation. Now, are we on breath capitulation here? Not really. We could go lower. But we're close. More time bet, the better. Also, try to close before any dividends. Are paid. I got a bunch of stuff to say here. I try to close. I try to make sure. I don't mind taking the trade as long as I don't hold through any kind of dividend shit. I also prefer spreads on ready tickers that close to cash. That's another one. I got a bunch of them. Bunch of rules that I can get messed up in. And there's a bunch of reasons for all this stuff too that you can get into trouble for. For spreads on tickers that close to cash, SPY closes to cash. So, but that does have a dividend. Try to trade in highly liquid symbols. Another issue here is getting these to actually close once you open them, like be able to close them. Oftentimes, if it's moving in the direction you want it to, you'll get a close. But if it's not, you're not going to get a close and you have to accept less money. So current direction or direction matters. You know, it's not good enough that we trade up to major resistance or support and then bounce or reject. If you see that rejection or that bounce, you're going to see the offer on your spreads go to the dumpster, right? It's a problem. Next thing. Most circumstances, most of the time, only hold to about 30%, somewhere in there. Why is that? And that's mostly because on a timeline, we'll bring that back up here in a second. If you open a spread, okay? And let's say the spread is, let's say you open it on January 1. So on 1/1. And let's say your spread ends on 3/1. Doesn't matter if it's a year. Doesn't matter if it's 2 years, 3 years. Doesn't matter if it's a week. Most of your spreads are going to make like 30% somewhere in here. Especially if you're directionally right. What often happens to me, now if you're right, you'll end up waiting all this time to then capture that 91 or 99%. Sometimes it cranks to get an outside move to the upside. But for me, oftentimes I get trapped in a spread for like an obscene amount of time just to grab the rest of it. So I'm just trying now. Oftentimes I'll build these spreads to pay 300%. I didn't on this one. Well, there wasn't a lot on offer. They're kind of telling me, yeah, we're going up there, so kiss off. I do try to build spreads if I can. I didn't have time just then to do that, so but normally I try if I can. This is if I'm buying spreads too, by the way, not selling. I got to write that up here. Buying rules. I guess it's buying a spread. Even though you're buying and selling calls and puts. Now try to buy a spread. These are just simple credit spreads and debit call spreads. Credit, debit spreads if you're buying them. Try to buy a spread with potential for 300%. So that I can take 100. But 30 off 100 works too, right? So 300%, potential for 300%, but, 100%, same kind of a ratio. Basically, the ratio is 30% for 100%, or at least 100, or let's do 100. We'll do 100%. That's my minimum. That's what I'm trying for. Most of the time, only hold 30%. Direction matters. Trade and how I prefer spreads on tickers that are close to cash or that close to cash. Dividends more time the better is a big one. Here's some more here too. So let me see if I can write this. An example. Hold on here. Debit call spread. Debit call spreads. Sell a call. Fire strike. Buy a call, lower strike. Manage example. So you're selling a call at a higher strike. Damn it. You're buying a call at a lower strike. I think I have that right. So I think I wrote that correct. Now, people have differing opinions on this stuff here, on this specific stuff right here. Some people will they'll like close one side if it starts to rip and just enjoy the max profits. For me, like this specific trade right here, I'll try to take the money and run on that 30%, only on the bot call side, and try to run the other side down to capture the money on the other side. It's like a free trade. So for you can decide what your preference is, but sometimes people will come in and this is kind of your next step into trading flies and beginning to sell spreads and stuff like that, or even just sell calls and puts. But people will come in and they'll manage these depending upon their preference, right? Like you'll close the call that you sold and just remain in the calls that you bought if you're like, oh, we're getting this huge retracement and I don't want to dampen my earning ability. Personally, I'll take the money on the bot call side. Let's say we go up, right? And I'll leave those sold calls on as long as I fucking can, right? As long as we're not going in the money with them so I can get assigned. We're going to talk about assignment here, too. And that's part of the reasons above over there. You can become assigned to any option. As a matter of fact, I owned bought calls last week, not in a spread. And sure enough, they fucking closed them at 0. That's part of the assignment process. Now, I wasn't assigned those calls, but between 4:15 and 6 p.m., I got to give you a warning. It might be mixing words here. I'm trying to keep this simple for you. Between 4:15 and 6 p.m., the price of options still change. They have to assign calls and puts to underlying. They're supposed to. Now, we know they don't actually have all those shares, right? We know that's a big scam. But you're going to get fucked if you close, if you don't close your calls and puts that you've bought or sold, or you have the potential to get fucked after hours, after 4:15. As a matter of fact, I owned calls last week that closed at 12 cents. I had bought them, I think, at 7 and 9. I think I was adding, and then it was on a close where I was they went to the moon. They went to 27 cents, and I couldn't get a close on them. I didn't put a limit sell on them. I should have, and I fucking didn't. And then I thought we were going to moon even more, so I'm like, I'm going to stay in these calls. This is after hours, 4 o'clock, 4:15. It was like 4:01. They hit 27 cents. Came back down to like 18, 17, 12. And then I was like, fuck it, I'm going to stay. I'm right to the 4:15. And then it was like the last 2 minutes, like 4:14, 4:15 in the afternoon. I'm like, maybe they'll squeeze it up the last bar and I'll get paid. They squeezed it up afterwards, and they rolled it between like 4:15 and fucking 6 o'clock. Now, did I get the fucking higher price on the calls after 4:15? Fuck no. And guess what they gave me at 6 p.m.? Bag of dicks is what they gave me. And they assigned me to a price on that option where they were trying to fuck somebody else that didn't close their fucking calls in a spread. So guess what I woke up to? A message the next morning. Now, I probably had an email. I didn't check it. But I'm sure I got an email that said something stupid like, you owe us fucking $200,000 or something, or $85,000 or $50,000, whatever the fuck it was, or some kind of insane thing, right? Now, of course, it resolved itself in the open, and to that point, I had to call my broker and get that money back from him. Now, you can do that if you have a broker. You guys that trade on Robinhood can't call your broker. Weeble, you can't call your broker. Now, I call my broker and say, what is this bullshit? And I had the closing price on my I don't know, my fucking options page or whatever. So I was pretty fucking pissed that morning. Now, that's when a broker comes in for you, or your broker, a voice that you can call. You shouldn't, I wouldn't, like, if you want to trade, you can trade option or spreads on Robinhood, but, dude, you need that support. There was a kid at one time that committed suicide, and he thought he was in a losing position by a substantial amount of money. He actually made money in that trade, but between the time that the weekend had come and the time that or someone else figured it out, he thought he was going to lose his whole life. His whole life was doomed. So I want you to know that there's some, not just dangers here, but there's also some potential for you to panic and cause you deep stress. So I want you to know that out there. As a full disclaimer on trading any kind of spread, any kind of spread, even just calls or puts, because it just happened to me. I was pretty fucking angry over this. Sorry for swearing again, but I'm telling you what, I was quite angry that I got taken for a lot of money, a substantial amount of money on that trade, and I had to call back and be like, I'm gonna drop you. I'm gonna blow you. I was like, I'm gonna get mad here, like. About being taken for this ride. So anyways, I learned my lesson though, didn't I? I'll never ever leave another call or put ever on the day of expiry to close at 4:15. I will always close that last to 4:14 in the afternoon. or 359 if it's on for a ticker like Apple or something, Tesla, something like that. But an index, never again will I ever leave something to close where I'm making money. So a couple things here, right? Managing. So big thing here is like managing your position. I'm not going to tell you what the best way to do that is. People have different theories and theses on this stuff. I don't mind so much leaving some of this stuff on as long as it's not in the money to try to get the backside of that trade. Realize the money on the upside of the trade or the downside of the trade. I normally have a target that I'm actually looking for to hit. And if that's like some major resistance or major support, I'll manage that trade for the other side and see if I can collect some back end money. So right now that 30% is kind of set in stone, or that 100% trade, but you can actually make more off these trades is the point that I'm trying to make to you if you manage the inside part of the trade, whether you're buying and selling flies. You've got 4 options on, or you're just doing something simple like a debit or a credit spread. Some more rules that I have though too is what I don't put here is what I just discussed was always close your spreads before expiry. Is it EY? I think it's EY, but I'm not sure. I think it might just be Y. Always. Like, you have to manage these things. You cannot let them just go. And it's not a bad idea to set email alerts at major support and resistance. And I mean before you get there. So if you're coming into major support or major resistance, coming into it, it's a good time to close a spread as there's demand for those spreads. Another key point here would be, did I already talk about time being your friend? More time the better. Already talked about that one. Another point that I want to talk to you about is if you are positioned wrong, what do I do? And that comes back to that management above. Now we're going to talk about that as well. So let's say we roll over here, right? I sold what did I sell? 465. I sold a 465 call, right? So if we roll over here, I could at major support, or where I am right here. So just watch my cursor. So I bought this OTM, or this in the money call, excuse me. I'm fucking trying to keep track of all this stuff in my head. So I bought an in the money call. I could cut that loose and just leave the sold call on, right, to go the other way. Another thing that I can do is if I'm directionally right in my thesis and I have enough time on my call spread and it doesn't print immediately, I don't get my 30% right away, I would then switch to holding that spread to the bidder end. So think about that for a second. So if we were to roll over here, I have 2 options. The first option is to sell the call that I bought and hold the OTM call that I sold. I think I'm saying that right. If I'm saying that wrong, correct me in the chat. Anyone that trades spreads knows what I'm talking about. If you don't know what I'm talking about, I'm going to direct you somewhere to learn about this in just a moment. We're going to end this with some direction on where to learn about this stuff. So All right. So now for me, I not just feel, I'm looking at a macro view of the market. So I'm looking at like a weekly, a daily chart. I'm looking at a whole bunch of other crap, macro stuff. I'm looking at PPO, PMO in the background. I'm looking at breadth. I'm rarely wrong, like rarely, like 95% of the time. On higher time frames, when I place that trade with enough time on it, it's going to eventually be right, right? That's like that put spread for September. They're going to come in the money at some point between now and October. At some point, we're going to go down there. Is it right now? I don't know. But eventually those will print, and people will be happy on the put side. Even though they're selling you doom. They're just trying to print some fucking put spreads for September. So my point here is that, no, they're not telling you that publicly. They're going to lie to you publicly. I shit you not. So, so my point here, though, is sometimes when we're down here, let's say we roll this down, and I'm still confident in us going up, let's say, right? I'm confident in us going up. And hitting that 465 by September 22nd. Not actually then, I think the 1st of September. Trading 241 right now in those calls. My point here is that I've been in spreads where I was immediately directionally wrong, but ultimately my thesis was right. And I've stayed in them until the bitter end. And I've had call spreads print the day of their expiry. And here's the last point I'm going to talk to you about here, okay? So when you're managing your spreads, do you ever notice when we come into month end or quarter end, you'll see like some really like crazy stuff in the market. People will be like, why are we trading here into end of month? Why are we trading here a week after month end? Why are we trading here at end of quarter? Hold on here. I gotta keep my eye on this over here. Oh, I'm making fat money right now. $255 right now and $1.93 on $19,000 trade. So the idea here is that the idea here is that so if I'm positioned wrong, what am I going to do, right? How do I manage this trade? So hold on a second. I'm trying to read the chat here where you guys are talking about AMC. And this we're gonna as a matter of fact, who just wrote that? Big A balls just said took me a bit to understand spreads until I started doing them. So the management of these trades is important for you to understand. The mechanics of them are important for you to understand. Sometimes I'll say to people, take one of those spread trades. The most basic spread you can take is a debit spread. It gets more complicated with credit spreads and then condors and butterflies, and then the endless variations of them. There are some other arcane ones like putback spreads are really fun. There's callback. I think they're called callback spreads that you can get into. Trading 262 right now. Thinking about taking these fucking things off right here. Selling 257, didn't get a full fill there. That's it, I'm out on those. Flat on 447s. Still own 451s and 453s. 453s are coming back. I'm making money right now on both of those. I'm making money on 453s, and I'm making money on 451 right now because I kept DCAing down there. Still holding those for Friday. It's not as much money. I was a little scared on the big trade. Still have spreads. Now, sorry, I'm trying to look at a bunch of shit here in the background. Now, if you're going to start with debit call spreads or credit spreads are wild. Credit spreads rely on a little bit of time. Credit spreads rely upon theta burn, but not quite like debit spreads. Debit spreads are built for theta burn down the road as you get closer to expiry. Credit spreads directionally will fucking fire off. They will like start moving really fast. Very dangerous and very dangerous in getting assignments. So we're not going to talk about credit spreads today. I don't even want to talk about that with a new trader. Just debit spreads. I said both up here, but yeah. So just debit call put spreads. We're going to talk about credit spreads with a new trader with that right here. Yeah, that's another good point, Career Low, about being in the money. That's another thing. Never take them to in the money. That's another good point. Got to write that down too. Now, I should say 300 here. Hold on. Never hold to in the money. Good point. I should be more clear on that. Thanks for saying that, Career Low. Thanks for mentioning that. I like credit spreads. I don't like it for a first-time option trader. I don't like them. I feel like just learn debit spreads, then we'll do credit spreads. So debit spreads, they're easier. They're the easiest one to trade. They move kind of slowly. You can put 3 months on them. They do their thing. Oh, I thought you were referring to that. Never fucking hold. Never hold any of that shit. Well, I shouldn't say never. If it's at the end of the fucking trade, I will. I will hold them like 91, 90%, something like that. And then I'll sell them. What else? We'll talk about assignment at some point as well. Who said this above? Because I wanted to roll into this too. Big A Balls took me a bit to understand spreads until I started doing them. And that would be the last part of this. You're going to read and watch videos. I'm assuming you're going to do either of these two things. You are likely not going to understand the actual mechanics unless you take a trade. Now, I want to say something to this too. I don't know. I've never paper traded. Maybe, I don't know. I might have. I've never fucking paper traded. Never. So I don't know the full mechanics of paper trading with spreads. I'm gonna tell you that I highly doubt. Oh fuck yeah, 451's trading 98 right now, 24 on 455s. I don't know if they just automatically close for you. My assumption here is that they will. I want you to realize that when you're trying to close these things out, you're going to be inside of the actual trade that you're in, trying to, and this another fucking rule. God damn, I got so many rules. Like all these things you got to think about. Make sure that you can close can close individual legs from your broker. If your broker does not allow you to close individual legs, you got a problem. And sometimes when you're trying to close spreads, you're not going to get fills. They're going to be like, no, we're not filling this for you. So you're going to have to go in there and manually adjust the price that you're willing to accept to close spreads, okay? And I don't know if paper trading does that for you. Paper trading might just be like, yeah, the offer is $5, and boom, it closed. I'm never shocked. Like, I'm never shocked. Like, if I'm closing a spread at like $3, going like 290, 280, 270, trying to get out of that spread. Or one side's not closing. There's just not a bid for it. Like, one side will have a bid. The other side's like way down. So I don't know how to explain that better. Paper trading doesn't give you the experience of the mechanics that you're trying to piece together of the trade. Keep on squeezing, baby. Keep on fucking squeezing. Price target 440, 447.90, 447.90. Trading 447.53. I'm gonna close out some calls as we arrive up here. Not my spreads, just weeklies that I'm in. We've got 447.90 as a target to the upside. So on these call spreads, we're going to talk about the rest of this, the mechanics, understanding the mechanics. There's like, if you read a book and you watch YouTube videos, it still doesn't give you the full, and this is going to sound horrible to say. Sometimes it's not bad to have the experience of watching the full life cycle of a spread, even if you end up losing money on the spread. Like, oh, I was making money and then I was losing money on the spread. You don't have to do that. Eventually, you're going to go through that entire cycle while you're trading these spreads, and you're gonna encounter these experiences that'll teach you lessons that you've learned from your reading and your watching of YouTube videos. You'll say, I don't understand all this. I'm grasping the concepts, but I'm not putting it together. Usually the last piece of the puzzle is each time you go through these experiences in the life of a spread. You're not going to gain that, I don't think, from paper trading. You'll gain some of it from paper trading, but not from the actual. It's a weird fucking thing. It's a hard thing to explain to people. Because you're going to see the price for your options go up and down, even though price is high, your options down again, your spreads are down, and you're not making money anymore. You're like, why is the market going up? My fucking spreads are what I paid for them. Like, all that stuff you need to experience. Trading 447.41. Just a note here, if you're a bull, I'm going to give you a warning. We're going to come back to these spreads here in just a minute. So I'm going to give you a warning if you are a bull here, okay? As we trade up. As we trade up here. I'm going to give you a warning out there if you are long here, okay? Pay attention. there is a giant group of sellers right here. Giant wolves right up in here. Right where that red box is up there. So the last part of this discussion on the mechanics, the underlying mechanics. Sorry, I'm trying to trade here and give a lesson on spreads and stream and read chat. I don't know why I'm capitalizing that and not the other stuff, but whatever. It's what it is. So this is important for you to understand, is that you have to actually trade these things. You can't be scared. You have to take, you'd be like, I'm going to take $300 or $500. I'm going to open one spread, $100, whatever it is. And you practice. You have to practice to learn the underlying mechanics. I assure you of two things. If you conceptually grasp the if you're grasping the concepts that are presented to you in the videos and in books, and then you take these trades, it'll come together for you. You'll be like, I get what he's saying. You'll have a better understanding of the Greeks too. They really do play themselves out, and they're glaring inside of spreads. How Greeks work in your benefit. In these spreads. The last part I'm going to say to you is this, though. If you have been out there watching videos on YouTube or reading books, the greatest tool or the two greatest tools I can give you would be to watch videos from the Options Industry Council. Now, their videos are pretty dry. They're not going to have the smile and white teeth and the parted hair and the cute little colors in the background. They're going to be serious videos put out by the CME. It's a nonprofit that's funded by the CME to teach retail traders how to trade. That's your first resource that I would go to. And I would also say to you that they have a huge library that you should be listening to at minimum. You can download YouTube videos to audio files or even to video files. Download them to a zip drive, whatever it is you use, your phone, I don't care. Make them small files if you need to. Play them when you're driving back and forth from work. When you're going on vacation, play them while you're taking a shower. Put them on the background when you're trying to sleep at nighttime, and just listen to their videos over and over and over and over again. And as you trade, hold on here, I gotta put this up. As you listen to these videos, you can then go back and watch your favorite YouTuber that does that stuff. But you want to like drive that into your brain, like repetitively. You want to be reading the book, any kind of books that you like, and then also you want to be actively trading. It's like at least three sources of information, like 3 different ways of learning how to trade these spreads. The last part that I would say is trade them with other people. Actively trade them with other people trading spreads. Start to ask people, hey, do you trade spreads? Do you trade them for a week? Do you trade them for a month? Do you trade them for 3 months? And find out from these people when they enter these trades, and trade alongside those people. See how they manage their trades. And that was going to lead me into the second resource, and that's going to be to find John L. inside of our Discord. Now, you're going to find John L. He's in our Discord, and he has made multiple videos, multiple audio tracks, and has an entire education series on trading spreads. Now, the stuff that I've told you to this point may not be 100% accurate. I just know that that's how my brain thinks about spreads. I know that that's the stuff that's stuck with me, and these are the main things that I use when I'm trading spreads. And I don't trade spreads, but I'm looking for like a month, 2 months, 3 months on a spread. It's a main driver of my account. So it's for me, the safest way for me to, not the safest way for me to grow my account is own the underlyings, actually own stocks. It's very hard for me to lose money unless I sell buying the underlying. It's a big meme too, but it's true. It is true. The way to grow an account, though, pretty aggressively, is through spreads. And safely, like the next safest way, but to grow an account with more gains, usually is through some form of spreads. Now, my take on, the last thing I would say to you on this is try to keep it simple. Mark my words on this. Keep it simple. The more complicated you make your trading life, the more pain in the ass it is. Seriously, keep it simple. I've traded the wheel. I've traded flies. I've traded condors. Maybe you're. I should say something else. Unless you're that person. Like if you're not working a job, if you're detail oriented, if you have all kinds of time in your hands, you don't have a wife and kids, a job, you're not going to disappear for a week, hiking, biking, sailing, I don't care what it is. I feel like I've got the time to manage all of this stuff. If you're not streaming, you're not, you know, other responsibilities in life, yeah, it might be for you. Because there's a rabbit hole here where you're going to think you're really smart, and you're going to try to manage your trades, and you're going to wake up every morning, and you're going to know exactly where you are in the market. You're going to have calls and puts bought and sold littering your accounts, and you're going to win like 20, 10, 20, 30%, like 9 times in a row, and then you're going to lose that one big one. And then you're going to look at those 10 trades, and you're going to say, between the taxes, the one loss, I didn't make that much money. And I did a lot of work to make the money that I made. Because you didn't take big, heavy hitters like, boom, I made 100%, boom, I made 300%. You'll learn that, though, down the road. That's not for you to be concerned with right now. But this would be a closing remark for you to mark in your back of your brain, let it burn in the back of your brain, that keep it simple with spreads. You will likely come back to this years from now. Not right now, but you will down the road. Like, you figure like 5, 10 years, you'll be like, I remember that fucking guy told me to keep it simple. So you'll likely try to dumb down your trading, which is what I've done. I've dumbed down my trading significantly. Not just trading, like all of it's been dumbed down. The more that I complicated matters, the more money I lost, the more I hemorrhaged, the more accounts I blew up. more overthought things, the more had problems. I would get these like holes of like, this must happen because of this X, Y, and Z. Stock market must continue to go down. Stock market must continue to go up. Any of those like absolutes. So you'll learn that though on your trading journey, that there's no such thing as a bull or a bear. There's no such thing as like the conviction trade. I'm like, yeah, that conviction trade is good until it goes against you. And the moment that it goes against you, you cut your losses and run. So there we go. So on this stuff right here, I think that's all of it. You can always come back to this and review this stuff. If you want more information, go to the Options Industry Council, go to the Discord, and meet up with those guys about that stuff. If you're not interested in spreads, you're interested in futures, Globex, get inside the Discord. We have a whole entire room devoted to futures and Globex. If you ever want to know why I'm awake on Twitter late at nighttime, it's because I'm trading Globex and futures. Yeah, that's another good one. So people are, if you guys have anything that you want to add to this, feel free. I'm not going to get all this. I'm winging this right now. So I haven't prepared, I haven't read all this out, and then I'm going to go check my data and make sure I'm correct. This is off the cuff. So this is just stuff that I'm pulling out of my head. So if you guys have anything else that you want to put in the chat, put it in. As a matter of fact, Crazy 80 just said, keep the count low. I once had like 10 spreads and 10 different tickers, and keeping track was an issue. I'm having that issue right now on my underlying holdings in the market. I'm about to sell 451 and 455 here. I now have a sell order in on 451 and 455C. So now I'm just long spreads. My bad on that one. I apologize on that red bar. There's a little bit more to go up here. I'm going to switch over down below to there's a little bit more room up here to squeeze higher. There's a little bit more right up in here. That's where that red box is. So just right up in here, real danger as we come up in here. I want you to see that. If you're bullish above here, you want to see price break above and hold 448.20. It's like real danger. Danger, danger, danger. No more danger. All this danger. And to break above this stuff, likely need help from down below. So you're likely going to need some kind of support down here. Even consolidation down here to get up there. Something like this to come up. So be really careful in here. I got to really take a piss. I just closed out my positions. I got to go take a pee really quick at some point here. So back on this stuff right here, really, I'm going to take a potty break here in just a few moments, but just on this stuff right here, someone was asking questions about, someone said, is it sensible to enter a debit call spread where the short leg is covered? I cannot sell naked calls with my current options approval level. You need to reapply. You need to reapply, and some brokers are going to require a margin account. Some allow you to do it on a cash, I think, or your extended margin. I don't know if Robinhood allows you to do it or not. I don't know about what Robinhood does. I don't use Robinhood. I don't use Webull to trade, so I don't know exactly what their rules are. I don't think that the daily trigger's right here. We're at the daily trigger right now. We're at the daily trigger. Can we break above? Yeah. So the trade was down here. Let's talk about something here. So while you were panicking, I was buying, right? You see that? Like you were panicking, I'm buying. I'm putting risk on under high stress, right? So panic, 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 buying, buying, buying. You're not buying, you're not buying. We come up here. And the question becomes, you don't think we're going up there? I don't fucking care if we're going up there. I fucking care if we come up here and consolidate, because I'll take that trade right there. Does that make sense? Like, this is the part of the trade that I care about. You get what I'm saying? Like, this is the part. You can leave runners on here, like 25%. 10% runners here if you want. But whole position leaving here is insane. Pure insanity. This has a probability of winning. This has a probability of winning, right? This first trade right now has a probability of winning of like 40%. Maybe 60 at most. Maybe 60. If it wins, there's also a reversal potential too. So let's say we squeeze up here. Immediately red bars down and you're fucked anyways. You got that problem there too. You can just, what are you risking? Your whole account? Never. Would never risk my whole account for that bit right there. I wouldn't. You can leave like 20% on, 10%, something like that, of the trade, not your account. I've got call spreads, but I need to see those. I need to see this here for continuation for call spreads, for me to stay in call spreads. You got a 4 trigger cluster right here that can easily reverse on you. So no, I personally no. You take the money here. If you were in down here, you take the money. So if you're in down here, take the money off. You take the risk off the market. You realize profit and look for another entry. As a matter of fact, I got a green box down here just in case we roll. And can we go up there? Yeah, but it's super risky. So like if you're waiting for all of this to take that trade, seems kind of dangerous. I bet if you ran that trade like 10 times or something, and you wouldn't even be like a normal loser. You'd be like I just blew up 80% of my trade. Let's look at it right now. So 448s right now for today are 48 cents. Now 46 cents. Okay, so hold on a second. I don't know if we're gonna squeeze through. There's potential to, but let's just look at the trade, at the mechanics of the trade. 448C just a moment ago was 48 cents. Right back here. I guess if you were going to take this trade, you'd need it to be put a predetermined limit sell on it. So what do you think they print? 60 cents maybe? If you're looking for this trade right here. I'd probably put a predetermined limit sell on them for like 60 cents or something, or 55 cents so they actually close when you want them to close. Like if you want these to close, you probably have to set it, like sell at 60. They're currently trading 48.2 cents right now. Uh, 2070 MA is on your side right now. It's very vertical. It's very nice. I like this, seeing this. Trade is not dead until we break that. So until we break this white line right here, trade is still alive. This trade right here is still alive, believe it or not. Right? So where do you put your stops in this trade, right? You put your stops right here. Closing bars below this. You'd likely get one more chance to get out, like you'd trade down. Then trade up at a failure right there. So you'd have an exit point right here. So your stops are over here, but only after it bleeds down, okay? You'd still get one more chance. Make sense? $4.48 back to 48 cents. Let me know what you think the price of 48 cents will be right up here. Like, what do you think? What do you think those 48 C's will be? These ones right here will be worth. I think they'll be worth 60 cents. I think if you squeeze up there, maybe 65. Here, I'll draw in where your stop would be. So the trade is still live. Yeah, something like that. Unless you break the white line and then reject here. What are they trading right now? This is a big question. What are they trading right now? 48 cents, right? Still trading 48 cents right now, right? What are they trading right now? 48 cents. So the risk that you're putting on for, like, you need a payday. Now trading 43 cents. 448 C's. Just had a price check down below on the 2070 EMA. No break below, though. Just a price check. See that right there? Just a price check. That's all it was. See it right there? How it tagged it perfectly? No break below yet. Still live if you're in calls. If you're in 448 C's, you're still alive right now. Trading 47 cents. Just had a shit ton of calls come into the market. 700,000 zero dates just came in the market on 448C and 449C. 700,000 zero dates just came in and split between both of those strikes. $4.48 is trading 41 cents right now. Trading 40 cents right now in 448s. I'm not in these calls. I think it's too risky. I don't think the payoff is good enough, but I think we come back down here to the green box. I could be wrong. We can go up there right now. I just don't think the risk versus reward is worth it. So it's not for me. All right, I'll go potty right now. You guys want some green bars while I go potty? I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. That was quick. So here's my question to you now. Now, on this pin strike right here, let me know. See that candle right there? Are you going to stop yourself out here, or did you stop yourself out down here? Did you take the stops here? Did you take the stop up here? Are you going to hold here because you think it's coming back? Let me know in the chat. Did you get stopped out because of your capitulation down here? Did you DCA your position down here? I got some wonky shit going on here. Like, so if your 48 C's are 48 cents, right? Oh, I got Alexa pulling bullshit. As you're getting squeezed down here, did you DCA? So that's not stops, is it? Did you DCA down here? Did you DCA 48 cents? So that you could then take your stops right here? Or are you just DCAing in long here? You watching all this? So your 448C was 48 cents. Rolls down. I'm assuming that a lot of people they'll get stopped right here. Be like, I'm out. Or did you DCA instead? And then as we traded up here, you unfuck yourself. Or did you DCA down here and you're hoping for a return to greatness over here? Moon and stars and the sun. When moon, when sun, when Mars. So do you see how all this works here? So this would be more like DCA, right? Maybe we rewrite that. DCA. Trading 41 cents on 448C for 48 cents up here. So now you're down here, right? You should have DCA'd when you were panicking. And then as we come up here, you make a decision to get out or stay long. Right? You stop yourself out and reposition, or you look towards the previous high, right? Which is 447.86 up here, right? So if you're like, I'm going to stay in that trade cap, I DCA'd down here. As we came up to where I actually wanted to exit, I stayed in. So where's your next place to get out of your bad trade? Above, right? A failure. Trading 40 cents right now. I want you to also remember everything that's happening in here, right? 48 cents, DCA to the downside. Do I do stops or no stops? Can I get up? We have a failure of a new high right here. All for 65 cents on 48. Trading 33 cents right now. $34. A lot of movement and price in here, huh? 48, 34. Hairy in here, isn't it? It's like kind of like inducing panic along the way, right? 48 cents, 33. Where does it go next? You're watching this green box down here. People talk to you about liquidation breaks. And you got some cheap guy down here just hoping that you get down there. It's like, please come on down. Come on down here. Some of these cheap calls, this person's in up here at 48 cents. Sell me for like 10 cents. I don't know if we get down there, but that's what I'm hoping for. There's a stink bid down here. You got it, Cheever. The sweating would be real here, right? Let's look at this as a thought experiment. Trading 30 cents right now. You're at 48 cents up here. You're hoping for 65 cents above. Put that up there, the hope for 65 cents. We'll even put the high side. Instead of 60, we'll say 65. Trading 31 right now. We can change this at that point, right? It's now not 65. It's now probably 55, right? We got 30-cent calls down here. Whatever that was, whatever this hope on 48 was, what's happening right now? They're repricing the option, right? You can see it, right? Why is that? Do you know why that is? Anybody want to tell me what that is? What that's called? It's option interest, right? It's OI, right? You get everybody in the trade right here. Everybody's taking the money and running. Even if price continues higher, guess who's in this trade? Not as many people as you. So option interest kind of getting burned right now, right? Do I think we go up there? I do. But I think you need support. I think you need some time here to get up there. But yeah, Nampe. Yeah, it's dealers, right? They're like, well, we had so many people in that first trade. Now we've got, I don't know, a fucking quarter of them. We're going to kill these fucking calls because we're closing the day out. Thanks for playing the down move. Thanks for playing the up move. Will we go there? Sure. Are we paying $1.50? Probably not. We'll put them in the money right at the bell here. There'll be 2 cents. I took Friday calls yesterday. So yesterday into the bell. So not just the bell, the whole day. I was in and out of 0 dates. So here, I'll explain it better here. Hold on a second. So ready? Zero dates. I took 1 dates right here. We traded up here. I took the money and ran. Right? And then I was thinking, I'd like to get more 1 dates for this PT up here. Got left behind. So I said, if we ever come back down here, I'll get some 1 dates. We didn't. But I did put some weeklies on for over there. Why? The main reason was this cross yesterday. Remember we talked about this cross yesterday? Remember we got the confirmation trade here, and I said, we're either going to get an upside move to this today, tomorrow, or the next day, right? What did they do? They sent us up there right here. Boom. Tagged it right there. Came back down, right? In a pre-market. You got your first target hit. Shitty timing, right? Really shitty timing, right? Blasted right back down here. And what happened? Buyers still here, right? Buyers still here. Bleeding off Apple. Bounce right back up here. So what's the trade here? So I've got weeklies over here. All right, into this close, I've got weeklies for Friday. We start sending it down over here. I haven't sold weeklies, still own them. So I'm adding the weeklies position down here, 451s, 455s, to this position right here. Adding to it down here. To get up and over, right, to the next price target. Where's the next price target? Do you know? We know where it is, right? It's up here. So 452, 454, and then on Friday, it's 456, right? So we're talking about taking 455 Cs for Friday, right? So yesterday we said first target here. Second target's going to be off the daily and hourly. It's going to be right here. Right? Third target's going to be right here. 1, 2, 3. What we don't want to see is what? Don't want to see this, do we? Don't want to see this, do we? Squeeze this up in the overnight, start selling it down again. Bullshit like that. And then that move here. You see how all this overnight bullshit in here? This is bullshit, man. This shit here is pissing me off to no end. It's keeping me up every single night. Keep me awake every single night. So now that we're in here, what's the next target, right? So what are we trying to do here? Do you guys all know? So your next upside target for SPOOs, I guess I gave the dates wrong. You got 1, 2, 3 more dates for this. So what's the next move for SPOOs, right? And your next target for SPOOs on the upside is right here, right? And what do bulls need to do to get up there? Need to break above these sellers, right? So I got a recovery trade here. And what do I want to see? I want to see some kind of grinding down and move higher in these next 2 days, right? First target hit. What do I need to see happen here? You already tagged this one, right? See it? Tagged it right there. Where's the next one? It's over here, right? Could be a little bit lower. Be like right about there. Let me give a little bit more conservative. 452.21. Take that one out right there. Move this over here, right? Trade that, bounce back down here, get up there for Friday. Back to 48 cents right now. So 448C was at 48 cents. I'm going to move this down just so we can see it. Remember, these calls are 48 cents right here. So this trader right here is break even right now. He's up a penny right now. I know that's showing up well. Trading 52 cents. We talked about having what on the trade, right? A limit sell already set, right? 65 cents. Trading 52 cents right now. Trading above the hourly or the daily trigger. Trading 52 in the money right now. No, we're going to watch the entire trade from start to finish. That's what we're trying to do, is watch the entire trade. Like, would you have gotten stopped out down here? Would you have panicked down here? Would you have actually DCA'd and then considered a stop here? Would you have DCA'd here? Originally, we're at 48 cents right here. Originally, we're hoping for 65, setting a limit sell above for 65. Trading 55 cents right now. This is where I wanted to buy in down here. Up 6 pennies on this trade right here. Not worried at all. No worries at all here. I'm going to show you guys something right now, okay? SPY has stayed on its daily trigger. Since August 3rd. This is the daily trigger right here. And the daily trigger has been going up the entire way. 64 cents on that green bar right here. 64 cents on that tick right there. It's pretty close, right? 64 cents right here. $0.65. So if you had a predetermined limit sell, you would have sold at 65. Now trading 67 cents, 68 cents right now. 448C. 700,000 calls came into the market. Right here. 700,000 calls right there came into the market. So am I scared about lower lows? No, I'm not. The only thing that I'm scared about is the daily trigger breaking. As long as daily trigger doesn't break, we're going up. So trading 70 cents on the squeeze. Still long call spreads right now. So now what am I looking for here? I want to see the break above and the consolidation, right? So that I can target this upside move. What do I not want to see here? Like a full reversal, right? I don't want to see a full reversal here. I don't want to see a bloodbath or any kind. I want to see this hold right here. So that I can enter some Friday calls for 452.21. Yeah, no, I'm not worried at all. I have like no I had a little bit of fear and I think last week, like last Sunday I did a video. Last Sunday night, not this past Sunday, but the Sunday before. I did a video on late night video on Discord where I was like, you might wake up in the next week or two Like down at 440, down at 430. I was like, don't be scared. And then, of course, this past week, I'm internally not quite scared, but more trying to control. I've got a lot of money in the market, in the underlying. This is Spyplex, by the way. I'm talking to him. And the daily trigger is not broken, and not only is it not broken, it's going up regardless of price. So what that's telling me is that any pullbacks are to be bought. Any and all pullbacks you buy. The thumbnail in today's video shows what I think. You know, like I'm trying to maximize profit in this market. So no, I'm not fearful in any way, shape, or form. I got zero fear in this market right now. Zero. I've got internal things I have to deal with, but those are my own emotions and stuff like that. Trading 78 right now. On 448C. I'm not in that trade. But yeah, Spyplex, I'm not bearish in any way here, man. Like none. Like zero. I've got my own like internal shit I got to deal with, which I think I've dealt with at this point, but I'm on like all-time highs. Like all-time highs. Maximize profits, slam that shit, slam that sell button on the high on all-time highs, and add wherever I can. Add the daily trigger, add the weekly trigger. And look for all-time highs. I have not changed any of that thesis. Zero. Nothing says crash. Nothing says trade is over. I don't care what anyone says either. Like YouTube, I don't care what people say on YouTube. I don't care what people say on Twitter. I don't care what people are saying. I just don't. I've done enough research on this stuff to know that they're wrong. So I know they're wrong. I don't even think they're wrong. I don't even have a feeling that they're wrong. I know they're wrong. I know 100%. There's like a 5% chance that they're right. Like 5. At best. At best. That's what they have, that they're right. I have an edge in the market, so I don't know. The self-doubt of that, though, of course, always creeps in. That's the part that's like, it's the part that's always, it always gnaws at you. It never matters. It's always there in the background. But I know they're wrong. They were wrong they've been wrong every time. They were wrong in May, wrong in October, wrong in December. They were wrong in October of last year. They were wrong in December of last year. They were wrong in September of last year. They were wrong all of fucking 2021. They were wrong in 2020. Always wrong, dude. I'm assuming that their motivations are different than what they say. It's either one. It's either lies or motivations are for something lesser. Most sellers that I know, like most like actual sell side guys that I know, they don't drink that Kool-Aid. They don't push any of that stuff. They trade the sells because they're good at selling, but their thesis has nothing to do with like this is the top. Like the real traders that sell that I know, like my friends. They're not talking about that at all. I think the it's the same as like why does somebody tell you something? What are their motivations? That kind of stuff. It has to be. So I don't know. So my own personal take here. Nothing's changed. If you guys there's so the original video had, ready for this? Only 70 people showed up. 70. As the roll started, though, it's got thousands of views now. It's a private video. It's not even a public video. It's private. You have to have an invitation link. You have to have an invite to it. It's got thousands now, though. All right. So now that video has thousands, and I'm sure that I'm the smallest voice in the room saying, buy these dips. And I'm sure in 3 or 4 weeks, or when it all goes back up again, that there'll be thousands of people going, I bought that dip down there. I bought that daily trigger. You fucking liar. Yeah, the Twitter engagement thing is brutal. I am not on there a lot anymore. I'm doing a lot of shit posts in there. Actually, I have somebody managing that account for me, or people managing that account for me. And at some point, I have one more person at least that I'm trying to get to manage that account. So it gets more professional, because I can't do Twitter right now. Like, it's blowing my mind. The engagement shit is wild. I've had that explained to me in detail at this point, from people that are doing it, and it's blowing my mind. The engagement, like one of the worst. I thought I was like, oh, this is kind of cool. They're gonna pay. Well, I was like, so hold on, I should back up. Originally, I'm like, fuck no. I was like, when they start to monetize Twitter, you're trapped in their garden. Like, you are trapped. I know that sounds crazy, but you're trapped in their garden, and it's something that have no interest in, being trapped in the Twitter garden. If you get canceled for anything in Twitter, if they don't like you, they don't like your handle. Like one guy with the @music, they took his handle away, right? Yesterday or something. They just took it. They needed it for X. So they took his handle away, like, snap your finger, it's gone. And you're trapped in that garden. It's really bad. Now, initially you get paid, right? A lot of money. You're like, woo, making all this money for engagement. I didn't see the secondary problem with it. And that's what a lot of my friends are telling me, is that, hey, man, what we can do is, if you hire somebody if I hire somebody and say, create posts that look like this, I'm going to get a lot more engagement and get a ton of followers, and it's not real anymore. There's like even more fakeness to the already fakeness of Twitter. It's even worse. I didn't think it could become worse, but it is. I filed, my attorneys have already filed for @CaptainJimJames. So I've got trademarks coming out, and copyrights and all this other stuff. I've got attorneys working on it right now to actually get that handle, CaptainJimJames. We're already in the process of doing that right now. This takes time, man. All this shit takes time. Like, we want it done, like, right. We're trading 1-minute charts, and we want everything on right now. No, I want to see more. I'm on call spread still there. This is all good, positive to see. I want to see all this stuff come up. We're forming a 4-trigger bull cluster, so we'll see. We're forming it. I want to see a test. I want to see a real test here. I'm interested in some 0 dates. Try to give you guys more of an insight into my brain and how it works when I'm trading. This is the daily trigger right there. Put that over there so you can see it. Get rid of that because it is interfering. I'm going to leave the wolves up right there. There's the hoping for 65 cents. Target above 451.20. Have another target above of 452.30 for let's call it Thursday. No active zero dates right now. I sent him. I tried to contact him, and then he tried to contact me, and then the admins told me to recontact him again or something to get the Captain Jim James handle. I still didn't find it in my DMs, so I have to look through. So I want you guys to know that, like, I want you guys to know that my phone rings all day long. It gets text messages all day long. Gets text messages all night long. I mean, all night, like 1, 2, 3 o'clock in the morning. Even now with the new phone number. My emails, I have 4 or 5 email addresses dedicated to what we do here. This is like behind the scenes stuff, right? I get maybe 100 emails a day. Then I also get DMs on 3 different handles, right around 25 to 100 a day. On DMs on Discord, I get about 5 to 10 a day. So I could spend hours every day responding to that stuff. Ooh, yeah, we're about to squeeze all these wolves out right now. Gonna start seeing. This is a relic from yesterday. What was the price target? Wolves are about to get squeezed hard and heavy here. Big green bars coming here. I'll give you some targets to the upside here. You're breaking through one right now. This is going to cause a giant squeeze. Got another one right there. Another one right there. Another one right there. Some big vol right there. And then there's the upside target right there. So I'm going to bring this over so you can see it all. I don't know if you can see that right there. So yeah, I'm trying to get my handle on DM2. So someone took my handle on Discord. No, a friend took the handle on Discord for me because as they were releasing handles, nefarious people were grabbing them. So like, let's say you have a famous Discord. As that handle would be released, scammers would grab those handles. Thankfully, a friend in Discord grabbed my handle as it was released. Like the day it came out, they grabbed it for me. So they're trying to get me my handle on Discord. And I actually have to file, or my attorney says that he might have already done it. Said he had to file trademarks and copyrights and then submit it to Twitter, and then Twitter comes back and gets me the Twitter handle. Because the Twitter handle's been dead for like 10 years or something. Trading 448.86 right now. 448's trading 100% trade right now at $104 right now. Move that over so you can see it. I do want to talk to you about something else here. We're going to have a quick conversation. You're going to get this in a white paper. We're going to talk about it right now because it's a good thing to talk about. Or not a good thing, but hold on a second here. We're going to have a chat here. That was a pay attention moment. No, not that. So I want you to realize something here, that I want you to see something here, okay? When a price breaks above a cluster, it needs to hold on a retest, okay? So the behaviors are that when you come above a cluster or below a cluster, you'll have sells or buys, okay? So let's say you have a bear cluster here, and price begins to reject and it comes down, right? You want to confirm for the continuation to the downside. Confirm. Do you see that? You get that concept? Confirm for continuation of the downside. You'll get the squeezes down or up, doesn't matter. Here's the squeeze up on the upside, right? Here's where it didn't hold. Came down, but didn't hold, did it? Came down, didn't hold for continuation of the downside, right? So where price is right now on SPY, so where price is right here, right now, there's two things you're looking for, okay? You're looking for consolidation is the best thing to see. The longer we spend here, the more powerful the move up is. Okay? The more explosive the move is, the more likely it doesn't hold. Okay? So a bull cluster, the more explosive the move, the less chance of it holding. The more consolidating it is, the more it holds. Not just explosive, but the more it holds for continuation to the upside. Okay? So that's like the behaviors that you're looking for right where we are right now. What we don't want to see, believe it or not, so we've said this in the program, whenever you see like the explosive move, shit, it's likely not going to hold. Okay? So we're looking for the behaviors right now. We're also at the 0 line here on some good velo for an upside target. So we can see right now that we're bullish. Try to get some bars up here. Series of higher lows, kind of. Big dip right there, but want to see the next pull down to be a little bit, no, actually not that low, somewhere in here. And got daily velo zeroing out right now. As long as daily velo does not begin to break below 0. I also want you to pay attention to something else. Even though we're getting a series of lower lows, what else are we getting? Daily marching up, right? Whoops, maybe not. Okay, maybe yes. Okay, maybe yes. So as long as this daily keeps marching up this yellow line right here, what is it telling us? Even if price is going lower, what is daily velo telling us here? It's telling us that we're marching up, right? Daily velo is not following price down, is it? It's not following price down, is it? It's going up. It's going up. So daily velo is holding right now, right? So we're trading 1 minute, 5 minutes, and meanwhile we're parking right on daily velo here. Right? This is where we're actually parking right now. Notice how we're parking on this line. We're not selling this line. You see that we're not selling this line? Maybe you do, maybe you don't. think I showed you earlier in the program when we are selling this line what it looks like. It's pretty fucking violent. It's pretty nasty. I know that this looks violent to you on a 1 minute chart, but it doesn't look violent to me. So now we're on this hourly trigger, right? You're going to expect a move up, right? What kind of move do you want? You want consolidation and start taking out these previous highs back here, right? Back over there. So I've got some spreads for that to happen down the road. Got some spreads for September for that to happen. So I've got some spreads down here. And even looking at this other chart down here. If I had bought my spreads here, they might be flat, I guess. But I didn't buy spreads there. I guess I could have gotten some theta burn for those spreads, but I didn't buy that. Didn't buy that. Did buy that one right there. So I'm taking my chances on this daily trigger now with some size. So what do I want to see happen here, right? I want to see consolidation. I know you want to see a squeeze into the close because you guys are all like 0-day traders and I've turned you all into monsters. You guys are like, I want to close all this shit today. I want to close all this today and I want to close that tomorrow. Yeah, it's possible. I want to see people believe that we're going up here, right? $4.49. I'm on 35 cents for 449C. Let's see what happens. Put some risk on with you. I made some money today. I made good money today, so I'm feeling pretty good. Only 25 contracts, just 25. So we'll see if we can catch a bounce here. I'll add to the position down here somewhere. DCA right down in here. So you put up, where's that green box at? Right there. I'll buy that right there if it goes down. Make that bigger. Probably should have made them 1 dates. Hold on a second here. I just lost 4 cents. I just sold. I'm going to try to put 1 dates on them. Hold on a second here. Holy shit, they're expensive. 450. What are they? 452s? 452. All right, so I've got a trade set up for 452Cs. I haven't bought them yet. They're trading 60 cents right now. So, and they're they're for August 10th. So, August 10th, 452C. You guys can see all that. All right. That's $1,525. I just bought 452C for August 10th. Yeah, my call spreads are doing good. I'm happy. I'm making money, so I'm good. And I made a $20,000 trade earlier. Made a bunch of cash on that, so I'm very happy here. I'm a very happy man. Now I switched to 452s. I sold out of 450s for today. I bought 450s for a moment, and I bought 452s for tomorrow on the 10th. 452 for the 10th. I was fucking sweating on that trade earlier, man. I was like, I might lose 20K in a day here with these guys. I'm like, I'm gonna get fucking wrecked here. I haven't lost money like that on stream in a while. It's been probably a year or two. I think I've lost 5 or 7,000. Plus some puts I've lost some money on. Some puts I've lost some money on. Oh, fuck no. Desk racking money is 6 figures. Lose 6 figures, lose anything between 1 and 300,000, and I'm breaking a desk, guaranteed. I'll record that shit. If you want me to, I will. I will break shit. I guarantee it. Fuck yeah. Yeah, I'm buying. I bought some. I bought starter position right here. 25 contracts. I'm looking to add some more down here. So if I can buy some more down here, I will. For tomorrow's expiry, I've got a lot of money on some spreads for September right now. Trying to rotate out of my stock holdings between now and all-time highs. And then I'm going to look for a major dip to buy in September, October. And I'm going to look for another dip to buy in February. The September, October buy, I'll likely sell at the beginning of the year. And then I'll go flat, fully flat, and look for a major dip buy sometime in late winter. And I'm in the thesis right now. I'm firmly believing that we're going to 5,000, possibly 6,000, and I have a longer term thesis of 15,000 in the next 5 years. That might be high, maybe 10,000. I don't like this. I don't like that everybody's moving up. Not that I don't like it. Shouldn't say I don't like it. I'm just saying that the $50 an hour thing, where that's going to be the base pay for people. If base pay for people is going to be $50 an hour, the SPY is going to 10 to 15,000. I'll guarantee that. No, that's what's happening in the background. Wage growth is the greatest threat, in my view, to lower prices on the SPY. Greatest threat right now to lower prices on the SPY is wage growth, and it's happening. It's happening. It's the single greatest threat to the price of SPY. Even the economy. If we get wage growth entrenched in our economy, where base pay is $50. SPOOS is going way higher. There's no fucking way that rich people are going to allow you. There's no way that I'm going to allow you to keep that money. I'll be honest. I am going to fucking rent Airbnbs at a higher rate to you. I'm not going to lie to you. And that's greater than the economy, greater than anything. If you're all getting paid $50 an hour, there ain't no fucking way you're keeping it. That's the truth. I want you to know that there are a lot of union contracts out there, not one, all over the place. Wages are going up. I'm warning you right now. It's early. We're way early. We're like 5 to 10 years from now. So 5 to 10 years from now, I'm giving you a warning right now that wages are going to the moon, regardless of what Jerome says, regardless of what the news is telling you. I'm talking about the opinion news. So you've got very smart people out there, very intelligent people, where you and I trying to, you and I are out here trying to rub a crystal ball, right? You and I are listening to some guy on CNBC trying to rub a crystal ball, right? You and I are out there trying to rub a crystal ball as to what Jerome's doing. But I assure you that there are people that are not in the stock market. And they get hired. They go to school. They're the smartest people in the world. And they are betting against anything that's being said out there. And that's why you're seeing wage inflation. That wage inflation scares the shit out of me. Like when you see like large groups of workers saying, "Hey, we want 50 an hour," and it's not one group, it's all of them, and they're getting the $50 an hour in the next 5 years. That's a huge thing. It's a huge thing. It's going to have impacts in the next 5 or 10 years that we don't even see right now. Major impacts in our economy. Major historical. You're talking about like $20 an hour for a laborer was in stone for what? 20 years? Let's say the 20 years. And you're talking about now moving up the going rate over the next 5, 10, 15 years to $50. That's a major move. And the market will price that in. 100%, they'll have to. They have no choice. I mean, I guess there'll be some sellers out there that'll say no, but that's not the case. There's going to be a mad rush and dash. And there already is, right? There's a mad rush and dash right now on inflation, right? On housing, cars, all this other shit. And if you want to be the last person in on that in the stock market, you go ahead and do it. But I'm looking at this as, if they're gonna go to $50 an hour in the next 5 to 10 years, 15 years, there ain't no fucking way SPY's trading $350, something stupid like that. Maybe. I guess anything's possible, but I'm not betting on it. It's not just UPS, like the big three, all of the construction trades, like your road workers, all of your plumbers, all of your electricians, all the unions for those things are renegotiating right now. So that bothers me. Like at my Main Street hat, I got a problem with it because it's the one thing in the background that's telling me that they're going to reprice the stock market way higher. They're going to have to. How do you not reprice the stock market higher if everybody's getting paid? If a lowly laborer is making $50 an hour, what do you think that someone with some skill behind them is going to get paid, or what they're going to ask for money? They're going to be asking for packages that are $500,000 fucking dollars. where like a tech worker now maybe makes $100,000 to $300,000, they're gonna be asking for $300,000 to $500,000, right? And then your high end tech worker is gonna be asking for $300,000 to $500,000. Did you guys see the Netflix? Netflix was looking for AI workers. They're paying $1 million, I think, in the high end. So like when I see that stuff, like it's not right now, but it's like 5-10 years down the road, 15 years down the road. Like a major repricing the upside. So with that said, whatever that bloodbath is that comes in February, that rechecking of the previous low at 34.50, I think I'm gonna go heavy and hard into the S&P 500 for 10 or 15 years. So I'm looking for that in the winter, late winter. I'm hoping I can get that in late winter. So do your thing, Bears. When we get into February, do your thing. Sell this shit to the depths of hell as deep as you can sell it. I'm begging for that. It's not about deserving. I think that it's a function of smarter people seeing the truth down the road. What's really going to happen. So you have to look towards those people for your guideposts and not CNBC. Not some fucking kid. No offense to some reporter out of Barron's, but I'm not going to rely upon that reporter out of Barron's to tell the truth. I've dealt with reporters, man. They don't know what the fuck they're talking about. They make shit up. They fucking spin shit the way they want to spin it. So when I start seeing that stuff, it's really scary. It's scary to the inflation picture in the next 20 years. No, you're not understanding. You're not understanding. You're not listening. Again, dudes, you guys got to listen. So up into COVID, your tech workers, your best tech workers, were making somewhere between 300,000 and 500,000. You understand? You gotta understand this. So you're looking at cycles here. Like you're looking at cycles. If your top engineers and stuff are making 300 plus 1,000 a year, and now your top engineers are being told, "Hey, it's $1 million." It's looking forward down the road. You get what I'm saying? So you have like a cycle, like 10 years, 20 years. Now you're moving into a new cycle where you're offering that $1 million, right? So we're like microcosming this and not looking at a higher time frame. I don't know. So robotics to me, I think are way farther away than we think that they are. I think AI is closer, but I think robotics is really, really far away. I think robotics is much, much farther away. And I think my views on AI is that something bad is going to happen. So I think robotics is much farther away. Not all of robotics. Like stuff with like war and stuff is going to get really nasty. But even robotics, I think that robotics reminds me of us gassing people, us having a nuclear or an atomic bomb, 2 atomic bombs go off. I think there's a threshold that we're going to reach on that stuff, and there'll be a major pullback. Not that it won't come into its own right at some point, but I think at some point you're going to see something major happen, and you're going to see an overreaction by politicians. I see that happening next decade or so. At some point, you're going to see something major happen. Something like we have those. Like we don't like talking about that stuff, but like the like terrorist attacks and stuff like that. Something you don't expect to happen. That's probably the greatest existential threat that we have. The greatest existential threat that we have right now is something like it could be anything like crash the stock market, wipe out bank accounts around the world, something like that. Wipe out infrastructure, electrical infrastructure, anything like that done with AI. In robotics too, there's a threshold for in war where things could get crazy with robotics quickly, more quickly than civilian use. Like there's some civilian use stuff we're probably decades away on. The application of drone warfare and stuff like that, laser. We have big lasers going on right now. Not just laser research, but actual applications that we were unable. It's like all those Star Wars programs are coming around right now that we used to make fun of back in the 80s. They're like coming into fruition right now. So I think we reach a threshold, though. I think we do. I think that there's going to be some kind of a conflict where we have mass loss of life, and people are going to start threatening to use nukes and shit. If it continues, right? Like, continue with those drone strikes, the wrong person, we're going to nuke you. You know, something stupid like that. You can even see it with terrorists doing it. Some kind of an event will take place, and you're going to see all the exuberance immediately overnight leave in AI and robotics, in my view. They got nothing against the road worker. They got nothing against the road worker. I'm seeing the writing on the wall is more that, like, it's not like I would prefer us to be at $20 an hour, so the cost of goods go lower. The thing about this is whether you make $20 or $50, it's not going to matter, right? You guys understand that, right? Doesn't matter if it's 50 or 20. If it's 20, you're going to pay X amount of dollars for eggs. If it's 50, you're going to pay higher for eggs, right? People with money and power are going to make sure they take that money out of your hands, right? There'll be a mad gold rush for it. So if we're already getting those signals that wages are going up. Right now, my thesis is way more upside to the S&P 500. Big bumps along the way. You'll see big major pullbacks, and you'll see bear runs and bear markets along the way. It's fucking a decade and a half. It's not going to go easy or fun. But you're talking about the start of a secular bear or bull run that lasts for a significant amount of time. I'm with that guy that wrote that story on Market Watch. I've already been reading a bunch of other stuff about it, and that stuff's tying right in. Like a secular bull run for a decade and a half. And then I think you see the sideways market for a significant amount of time after that. I think you'll see a stagnant market for another 20 years possibly, or 10 years. That would be that $20 an hour that you see, right? Like, how long did it take for workers to get paid $20 an hour, like a laborer? How long did they get paid $20 an hour? About a decade and a half. So after that 10, 15 years, it's another decade and a half of stagnation, wage stagnation, that kind of stuff. Yeah, I'm not pro or anti-union. I don't care much about unions one way or another. I'm just really concerned with the wage inflation. Like, wage inflation is like, if Jerome was going to say anything, it would be wage inflation. That is the scariest thing right now. Absolute scariest. I'm going to try to add to a position down here. Like, wage inflation is like one of the, like, it's the writing on the wall kind of stuff, right? And it's like, if like when I heard wage inflation during COVID, I was like, yeah, that'll come back. No big deal. And then I saw so my wife is always looking for work, right? Always applying. She had large hire offers. Some of that went away. But then seeing like the low level workers' wages coming up, though, like not low level, but just low pay, like $20, $30 an hour workers starting to ask for $40, $50 an hour and getting it. That's concerning. Like, there's people in the background that are doing the math on that, and they are expecting, like, UPS is not going to pay auto workers if they're going to get $50 an hour, right? Who do you think pays for that? You think the big three are going to say, fuck it, we're going to take less profit? Fuck no. I'm not going to say that. I'm going to pass those costs along to you. Right? If you're making $50 an hour, they're going to charge you more for your car. Same thing for UPS. UPS pays $175,000 a year in between pay and benefits. Guess who they're passing that? You think they're just going to eat that? They're going to be like, fuck it, we're going to look out for the UPS worker at home shipping his packages. No, they're going to charge more. It's really weird. It's a really sketchy thing. Like, it's a really dangerous future inflation ahead of us. Like, real dangerous. Like, if you just look at the inflation chart too, right? It's like it came up here. Let's say this is the bottom of the inflation chart. We're like right here. And like, all I'm looking for is like the yoo-hoo, yeah, we did it. Drop the market. And then, and then down here, and then right off the chart. And you're going to see inflation do that steady climb, like that, just marching forward over the next decade and a half. It's going to suck. Yeah, I watch option pricing on Thinkorswim. You can get the exact option that you want with the expiry. It shows you a graph of it going up and down over time as it expires. It's a great little tool. I used to use it all the time. You know what? If you want, maybe I'll try to get that. Let me ask the dev if I can get that inside the website. I'll ask the devs if we can get that on the website. That'd be a cool chart to have. I used to use it all the time. It's a great little chart. Does a good job. Shows you like the life of an option on a graph going down like this. Usually down. Goes just like this the whole way down. You can look where you're supposed to buy, look where you're supposed to sell. Look where you're supposed to buy, look where you're supposed to sell as they expire. I am. So Matt, Philip, I'm hoping to put about $500,000 into the market in late February, to own it for about a decade and a half. I'm gonna put $500,000 in for a decade and a half and see what it does. But I'm not. I was considered Tesla, maybe a small portion in Tesla, for some risk. But I like the SPY. I also like the idea of buying Vanguard too. So Vanguard is on the table too for that. I haven't DCA'd yet. I want to see this test of this red line right here. I'm looking to add here. My trade's not for today, it's for tomorrow, so I'm good. Oh, Deckhand Dougie's saying that Weeble shows options charts. I didn't know that. That's cool. You have to show me that one day. I didn't know that. Do I think that SPY will go up after the CPI? I think the CPI report comes in hot. I don't know how much it matters to the up and down of SPY right now. I don't really trust the news. Like, I'll tell you what the price is, or the price will tell you what the hold on a second, let me go over there and see this. I think the price of SPY will tell you if it's a good or bad report. It's like the whole bad news, good news thing. Right down here, I'm looking right down here to DCA, so I'm looking over here. Get a little bit more blood coming. Sellers coming in down here. Do I think SPY or NASDAQ go up after the CPI report? I think I think CPI is bad. I think normally we have just so you know, if this is this was high inflation and wait a minute. This is high inflation and this is bad or low inflation, high inflation. When we're making our way down, we usually have hiccups along the way. We're kind of due for one. And then that's the last leg. We're somewhere in here. It's about where we are right now. We're due for one. But SPY's been coming down, so I'm not if bad news is good news, it wouldn't shock me. You'll get bears come out and say it's already been priced in. Something like that. I don't know. What else we got here? Desktop right, click on the option, and you can put them in a watch list too. It's sweet. That's cool. Matt's flat. See you tomorrow as well, Matt. Gonna have perspectives as possible, data points, and have views challenged to make a good trades. I'm always on the other side of the trade. Makes me think. I wish I appreciate. Yeah, like Chase. I like Chase, but Chase been wrong all year, so. Yeah, I'm not on that. We're still trading 447, man. Like, we're still trading the daily trigger. Like, there's been nothing here so far. Like, we haven't even broken upward trend yet. We haven't even broken, like, 425 yet. Like, you guys are all, like, it's like a 3-month process for trend break, too, right? Like 1 to 3 months, usually. You guys are all, like, fucking calling tops, like, every fucking week. Never ending. Like, never fucking ends. Oh, dude, like, killing me. Fucking straight killing me. It's like a process. Even if the market rolls over, it's like 1 month to 3 months. It's like all this, like, I called the top. Yeah, but you did another 24 fucking times. There's actually a place to sell this market. It's not here. It's not today. We get bloodbath to 425 when tomorrow's open. It's not the place to sell the market. It's like so much drama. I call it drama. I'm like, drama, 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 drama. I'm missing a bunch of what you guys are saying here. My chat is blowing by really fast. Yeah, I got nothing for him. I'm a buyer of this market. I used to be a bear, and I've lost more money as a bear than I've ever lost as a buyer. More like stupid money. I've lost close to $1 million at this point, probably, being a seller of this market. So never again. Never, ever, never, ever make that mistake again. Ever make that mistake again. It's like a golden rule. Buyer of this market. On any capitulation, any like down craziness, buy this market. I'm a long-time participant in this market. I'm going to continue to be. So any kind of blood, the worse news you give me, the worse it sounds, the most horrible it becomes, the more eager I become to buy. Yeah, I can't listen to it anymore. I drank that Kool-Aid, man. I was that guy. I was like, after I think it was my second to fifth year trading. So like year two or to year, I think the first couple years I was like, I'm a bull, and I was making all kinds of money, and then I would lose some money. And then I like learned too much. I read everything. And I was like, hey, I'm an expert on, all of a sudden I'm an expert on why the market should go down. I think that was the big thing. So I'm not going to tell you that I wasn't that guy. So I was that guy. Like I knew every reason the market should go down, every single reason why it should go to zero. And it happens, but it's just another opportunity to buy the fucking dip. So if that happens, you buy that fucking dip. This market goes up. Those things are going to happen. You're always going to have those like events that take place outside of the market that send it down to zero. Not zero, but, bloodbath it. COVID being one of them. 9/11, another one. 87, the craziness that happened in 87. It's like, are those things going to happen? Yeah, but are you trading them? Like, fuck no. Are you hedging for them? Yes. Sure, I'll hedge it. Yeah, Barry was wrong, man. So Barry missed out on a ton of money. I love Barry, by the way. I don't want you to think I don't like him. I like him a lot. He's got a great story, but the truth is that Barry lost a lot of money while that market went up. And I mean hand over fist money. Hand over fist money. And when that market rolled the first time, people had the chance to get out. So that's a big problem. Big, giant problem. Like right there from get one, as that market went higher and higher and higher and higher, there was so much money to be made to have a great life. And then even after the first roll, it came back up again. Now the second roll is where he actually made money. People don't realize that. If we didn't get that second roll, Barry would be in prison today. Like prison. And even though he came out on top, he didn't come out on top by that much. He waited forever for that money, for him to make that money. You're talking about time. It's like, can you be right? Yeah. How long did it take? A decade? Well, I think it was 6 years or something. It could be 6 to 7 years. I could be wrong on that, but you can fix my math on that. But I think it was like 6 or 7 years. Yeah. No. And this is the worst part of it all. Here's the worst part. For him to stay in that trade, he needs to take more money, like more money, more money, more money. DCA, DCA, DCA. So he looks like a Robin Hood for the regular person out there. But that's like every time I see a short seller say something like, I'm doing it because of values. I'm like, they don't like you either. Like the person on the street doesn't fucking like you if you're a short seller or a buyer of this market. I'm sorry. You think that they do, they don't like you. Like Barry's gotten that kind of a good rep from people like man on the street. But in reality, Barry would sell something to zero that has no need to be going to zero either. Barry will short a stock in a zero even if it doesn't deserve to be at zero. So, like I don't buy all that bullshit either. That's like what do you call it? White knighting. That's what guys do, right? They white knight. That's like white knighting in the stock market. Yeah, I'm telling you, like if you look back on the actual trade, right? It was not a good trade. It was not a good trade. It was it was not a good fucking trade. No. The net result looks great on paper, but not a good trade. It was not a good trade. It was a horrible trade. It's kind of like, I don't know how to explain it. You know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of the, remember the famous picture where they had all the people on Wall Street drinking champagne while the market was burning? Do you know why? Because they made so much fucking money in that run up. That's the truth behind the scenes. You got like Mike Burry shaking his fist. I won, but in reality, he probably could have made. What did he make? $100 million or something? I don't remember anymore. It's been a long time since I've read that shit. What did he make? $100 million or something like that? He could have made fucking $1 billion in that time period. So his $100 million, he can take his $100 million and walk away. I don't know if this is a short squeeze there, Chase. You got triggers on your side right now. You got a bear cross coming up here. I'm not adding to my position here because of this. I don't want to see price reject here and start bleeding down, and then we take this up here. I'm not adding here at all. I wanted to add right here, but that blood right there, no fucking way was I adding there. I'll add above. I'll add here. And I'll add down here. I ain't fucking adding down. I ain't adding until that happens or this happens. So either way, that's where I add, or I add here or there. No trade for me right now. Maybe it was $4 billion. I don't know. I don't know what it was. So he would have made $10 billion. Whatever it wasn't enough. It wasn't enough. It wasn't anywhere near enough. Yeah, I don't know, 800 million. I don't care what the number was. He missed out on so much money, it wasn't even funny. So much money, it wasn't even funny. It's not even an argument. It's like the whole world's rock starring partying. And you're over there just shorting this shit down. Fucking true. The only thing you needed to see was the champagne drinking on Wall Street. It's the only thing you needed to see. They don't want you to know that. That's the worst part of this. Like the greatest trick that's pulled. Like the greatest trick that's ever pulled on people is they make you believe this shit. You know, it's like politicians. You got like a politician out there that's like, I don't know, I believe in family values. I don't believe in abortion. I don't know. You have a Democrat that's like, I want gun control, but they own guns, right? You pick the issue. I don't care what it is. I don't care if it's a Democratic issue or a Republican issue, right? But the greatest trick that they pull is you believe something that's not true. It's like you believe that, you believe that a Republican or a Democrat believes what you believe, right? You believe that. You're like, I'm voting with that person because they have my interests at heart. The truth is those people don't have your interests at heart. They don't care about your interests. And those people likely don't do any of the things that you do. They don't live like you live. They don't sit in front of a TV like you might sit in front of a TV. They're not recycling. They hire somebody to do their recycling for them. There's like I'm the little person, and that person is like me, and that person is nothing like you. There's some of that with Burry too, right? There's like, yeah, we'll throw them Burry so that they feel like they won. Burry was on their side. So, you feel good because Burry was your Robin Hood. But in fact, they robbed the system while that was going on. You know what I mean? They robbed it for all of it. They took it all and they ran. They fucking lined their pockets and they fucking got fat and rich. That's what you need to know. Sweet, squeeze an R. So that's what the thing here is like. can you decipher? Can you interpret what's real and what's not real? It's an important part of life, right? Like, what are the motivations of people? Why are they telling you the things that they're telling you? What do they want from you? How do they want you to feel, think? How are you going to always be a pleb or a serf? And I see like Republicans and Democrats fighting with each other. It bothers me. I see that stuff playing out. Like I saw that fight the other day. I don't know the whole story on it, but I saw that fight on the waterfront the other day, and I'm like, these people are fucking wanting to murder each other, for all kinds of fucked up reasons. You know, like you're being turned on each other, and it's perfect. It's everything someone in power wants, right? It's everything that someone in power wants. They want you fighting your common man. Those people don't fight behind closed doors. They do it on the floor and stuff, but they don't do it privately. They're all partying, man. That's what they're doing, having a good time. Rich people have a good time. I know rich people. I hang out with them. They have a great fucking time. They love to have a good time. They don't give a fuck about politics. Sometimes they do, but it's rare. It's rare that you see it, or maybe they have enough money they don't care. It's all about power and money. That's the truth. I'm telling you, it's power and money. And the more that you fight about it, better off they are. The more that you're fighting over it, or not money and power, the more that you're fighting over things that don't matter and making those things matter. I told this story on stream once. Like, you get on jury duty, right? I'm like sitting there in jury duty, and you see certain people of color, boom, 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 right? I'm like, oh man, why is it all people of color? Then I'm like, still like, okay, whatever. But then all of a sudden you see like the guy that's like hardcore Republican, and they're just running in with DWIs, like DWI. Attorneys, show compassion. I'm like, these guys are all voting for these laws. Mandatory sentencing and all this kind of shit. I'm like, why are they voting for this? And yet they're getting what's the most pulled over DWI in the country? What is it? Anybody know? It's a fucking Dodge Ram. Dodge fucking Ram. So you got these same people voting for being hard on criminals, and guess who's getting dragged in front of the judge for these DWIs? These same fucking people. These same fucking people are voting for these people, and then they're like, be hard on crime, don't reform, and yet they're the ones being put in front of the judge. I don't know why. You would think we'd have DWI reform in this country. Some kind of like, I don't know, make them pick up trash instead of getting money for the county. Like something, you know, to actually get people to stop drinking and driving. Yeah, they throw the money around. Dan Brislin just said, my uncle is a high-power attorney in D.C. When asked if he was voting for Clinton or Trump, he said, Clinton, easy. Why? They throw the money around. My dad was a lobbyist. The things that I saw when I was a kid, I was like, I'll never trust these fucking people. Ever. There's a few of them that are like straight shooters. Matter of fact, my father-in-law is a politician. And he's, you know, kind of up there. And he's a straight shooter. He's a true believer. He's a straight shooter. He really is. Like, truthfully is a straight shooter politician. But he's not high enough in politics for that to matter. He's high, but not high enough. Yeah, he doesn't care about anything but money and power, right? I mean, ask your uncle. Is this your uncle? Yeah, ask your uncle. What does he care about? Now, the stock market, do you guys know what the stock market cares about? They care about gridlock. Stock market wants gridlock in the politics, and they want money and power, right? They want people to do what they want them to do. That's like what the stock market wants. What rich power people want. They want more money and more power. And money doesn't give you power. That's another thing, too. They're two separate things that intersect. Money and power are two separate things. And if you asked me, I would say power is worth more than money. If you wanted my take on that, I think power is worth way more than money. Yeah, you join the team or you won't be there long. Agreed. Power is better than money. Oh, dude, truly market rolling over? We're not even there. We're like so far from the market rolling over, it's not even funny. Like, what kind of rolling over do you mean? What's your price target? What are you talking about? What kind of rollover are you talking about? Are you talking about 425, 440, or this is the top? Which one? 440, not 425. I'll give you 3 targets. Tell me which one you're talking about. 440, 432, market crash. There, you got 3. Who asked that question? Ant HKO 0. Which one? Are you talking about 440, 432, or is this the market roll, like crash? Yeah, it's 432 right now. It's 440, 432, and market crash. To the monthly, I guess that would be a market crash, right? No, we're not there. No, we're not even close to being there. I know 425 is on trend, right? It's actually still in trend. It's the bottom of the trend going up. And even there, you'd likely get a failure to make an all-time high again. Likely, you get a one more giant rip higher. It's a process normally, unless there's something we don't know. You don't just sell the market that fast and have buyers. It just doesn't happen like that. They need bag holders. Yeah. Trade out 420. We have time to get out of that on the recover, but if we reject that level, look for long term. I'm in this market right now for multiple hundreds of thousands of dollars. So you'll know it if I think we ain't coming back to that number. The worst case scenario would be we do get a violent crash down, and the only idea I have on that is that you stay long, because in a month and a half we'll likely be right back to where we were. That would actually signal 5,000 really fast, believe it or not. Yeah, I'm not fearful. I'm dip buying. I'm dip buying the daily trigger, and I'm trying to dip buy the weekly if I can get it. I don't like seeing Apple so close to the 174. That gives me pause where we are right now. Like seeing Apple trade 174 makes me think that we're closer to a bottom than I thought. I don't see Apple going lower than 174. Maybe it does, but I'm not seeing it. So just trading 177 on a low today. So maybe we get another down day to 174 on Apple. Maybe a quick breakthrough. So I'm watching Apple in the background, and I'm like, 173, 4, somewhere in there sounds right. I think bulls are going to want to buy that. So like Apple is, I'm watching Apple in the background, and I'm like, Apple just hit 177. Maybe one more roll down to get Apple at the weekly. Maybe. Maybe one more roll down. But it looks to me like rotation in SPY while they're cleaning house in Apple and tickers like that. Yeah, I think I think the major roll. Well, I think there's a major pullback in September, October, and then a major pullback in January, February. I think that's the big one to be looking for. Or the two big ones. Like break of weekly, all that kind of stuff. Like, not just break either. Like, if you dip the wick down, then it bounces. That's not the correction I'm looking for. I'm looking for like a nasty correction in fall. Really pretty bad. I mean, you get Apple trading 174. Was that what, 196? Are you telling me you're going to clip Apple to what, 150? 25% of its value? I don't know. Maybe. It's possible. You're going to clip 50% of its value by September and October with that correction? Maybe. What are you going to clip 75% of its value by February? Maybe. I guess so. Maybe. It's possible. See Apple in February at like $80, $70. I guess that's possible. It's like 175, then a new low at 150, then a new low at 80 or 90 by February. It's possible. There's a ton of calls here. Looks a ton of 0-day calls right now in the market. For today, I believe they're on 448C. It's going to stop us from going up here. So here's 448. There's a giant brick of calls right here at 448Cs. That's stopping us from going up right now. They will do anything to pin this. Sometimes they'll close the money, but very rarely. 1 out of 10 times. 2 out of 10 times. Very rare to see it happen. If they pull those calls off, it'll rip, but they have to pull them off. Election season, I factor that in. I factor in election seasons. Yeah, I do. I do factor that in. Factor election seasons, factor in unknowns. Not the JPM one, like the unknown volatility. Every 3 to 5 years, I expect something terrible to happen, like really bad. COVID was the last one. We're just starting to get into the tail end of that risk. So we've got another 2 years probably until something terrible happens, something we don't see. Like every 5 years or so, 3 to 5 years, you start to see like some kind of an event take place. So I expect something in the next 2 years, something bad. Yeah, I'll stay alive for Disney. You want to look at it real quick? Let's look at it. I'm not in Disney right now. Never re-entered a trade. Took a bunch of calls at like 88, I think. It went to 89 something. It's like 88, 86 or something like that. I got out on Disney. Made good money on that trade. It was an excellent trade. Let's look at, give me 1 second here. I am interested in Disney. I might consider buying Disney today too. If Disney can get down to like the 70s, what time is their actual ER at? What time does Disney report? It doesn't report until 4:30. It says results at 4:30. Can anybody see if it's at 4? It says their results and their guidance is at 4 p.m. Forecast is 99 cents. Wall Street analysts are expecting earnings per share of 95 cents, revs of 22.5 billion. It was I did see someone on Wall Street Bets made a post saying to short Disney. On a expected bad ER. Hold on. Yeah, they're actually adding to these calls right now. So if you can see this at home, there's someone, probably a dealer, at home. Or if you can watch this actually at home. They're loading the boat with zero dates for that are worthless right here. They're loading the boats on them right now, like actively adding tens of thousands of calls right here. And what that's doing is taking dealers' price down. So you're not going to catch a squeeze. You're not going to see this get filled in here. They'll stay below 480. So they're just loading up right now. You can actually see it in real time. 485,000 now. 483,000 calls. Zero dates being added for pennies to stop price from going any higher. So Disney has a 5% implied move. We're going to look at Disney really quick. So 1 minute chart on Disney. Oh, it did trade back up to this 89 again, huh? Went right back up here again. Another exit for bulls. Just so you can see this. 2 exits given to bulls up here. An exit given to bulls, an exit given to bulls to the upside. I traded this one right here. It was really nice. Another exit for bulls right here on the open today on Disney. Trading right in the middle of the pack right now. Disney's sitting right now on its daily trigger. I'm going to look on in the long term on Disney on Velo, it's bottoming. I want you to be aware of this, that Disney is in a bottoming. Whether you like or dislike Disney, I want you to know that it's at a buy zone. Now, we had this previous low of $85 down here, and I thought that was good enough to buy options on. There are bulls that want to buy it at $74. So way down here. They want the cheapies. I mean, this is how cheap. This is where the stink bid is down here. So this is the stink bid on Disney. This is where like a Disney bull wants to get bullish. So if you're a Disney bull, all right, I want to own this for my kids. I want to buy down there. Hell yeah, 100%. So if there's any chance to buy down here, I would buy it. So Disney bulls, like real bulls. Like these are guys that own this shit for 20, 30 years. I want to own it for my kids for the next 10 to 15 years. So anything down here, I'll take it. Do I think they get this? No. No, I don't. But it is Disney. One of the awesome things about Disney is when it moves, right? It moves up and down violently. It's like a BAE. It moves. It loves to move. So one of the good things about Disney, knowing that it moves, is like Tesla, right? Not as much as Tesla, but you know that if it has a violent move down, it's going to get bought. You know that if it gets a violent move up, you can sell it, right? It's knowns about Disney. Great trading stock, and, fucks you when you least expect it, right? All right, I'm sorry. I got a position in TMF too, and I want to make sure that my position is okay in TMF. I got that for the 11th, so I'm like, okay, it looks okay. I don't mind it here. So Disney, this is the daily trigger. Go back to Disney. They're holding me hostage in the TMF trade too. There's also something to be said here for. We've also got some pretty big bearishness up here. Well, it's not big bearishness. This orange box right here, this is going to be an emotional level. Call it emotional on Disney. So you have emotion here up here, okay? Price is attracted to it. And then we've got the Disney bulls down here. That's what they want. Now, you also have the implied 5% move is the orange box on Disney. So this is the upside move on Disney here. So right here, if you get a good report on Disney, you're going to expect a move to this 92 and change. So if you wanted calls, 0-day calls at this close right now, the next 15 minutes, I don't think you should, but if you own Disney, the underlying, and you want to cash out, put a sell somewhere around like $92, maybe $91.90 or something like that. If you want to take the money and run and you still haven't done that, that's where that target is. $82.66 is the implied move to the downside. We'll just do two of these. Upside implied move. So not so bad, right? To the downside. Not so bad. So you can see this as we come into the bell here. Disney bulls want to buy down here. Expected move to the upside 92 and some change. Downside expected move 82.90. So puts could print pretty well here, right? Puts could print fairly well if you got them outside the money. The next expiry and you blast down here. Be a fat payday on the put side for Disney. So I see the thesis for why someone would want the puts. The puts are going to pay better than the calls. If your implied move to the upside is in line with the weekly, you're going to expect you're going to expect, like you're not going to get your calls paid. So you need a really big, good Disney. You need a really good Disney ER today. This is a 1 minute chart on Disney. I don't think you're going to see anything here between now and until 4:30. So I'm not expecting giant moves here on Disney until 4:30, 5 o'clock. I don't think you have a way to trade this on S&P 500. Watching ES sell off right now in the background. So just into this down here, right? Just any of this stuff for Disney. We'll get back to S&P real quick in just a second. So 92.36 to the upside. It would seem like the options on puts would be the better printer on Disney into this close. So I'm going to go with the bears on this one on Disney for the downside move, and hopefully they can get an outside move outside of the expected range down to the $76. Let me get back to SPY real quick because it's bleeding right now. Down 282 right now. Look at that blood into SPY right now. Like full-on blood here into SPY. You could see it with the 0-to-8 options that were being bought into this close, forcing the market lower right now. Just full-on force to the downside. On SPOOs, trading 445.78 right now. No holding above here either, right? We said we talked about needing to see this hold. No holding on the hourly trigger. Bloodbathed it, rejected up here. Stacked the market with 0-to-8 calls at 480 and bloodbath to the depths of hell. Matter of fact, I'm going to try to buy here again, so hold on. Hold on. So much drama, Bears. Look at all that drama down there. Adding to my position right now. Might get more blood into this bell here. Just adding to some calls for tomorrow. I'm not adding anything into Friday. I'm closed out of everything for Friday. I'm just working on one dates right now. And then I've got call spreads for September. So much anger down here. Someone's actively in the options buying like 2 cents, 1 cent call options, tens of thousands of them, forcing the market down right now into the closing bell. Got 452s, 448s for tomorrow expiry. Man, I'll tell you what, this CPI better be horrible. CPI better come in like eggs are trading for $20 or something. This CPI better come in like double. Told you it was going down, Chase. Told you it wasn't going up there. Too many calls, man. Someone in the background is adding calls. It's not allowing. So they're not allowing us to trade 448. They're not allowing us to, man. They're manipulating the options chain right now. I got one more buy I want to do. I'm waiting to see what this close is. We've got 8 minutes left. So I added to a position right here, and I'm going to look for any kind of weakness into this bell to add to that as well. That CPI better be like triple hot. Triple hot CPI. Eggs better be selling for like $10. I don't know if it's dealers doing it. It could be dealers, could be somebody with a short or something. Someone's doing it in the background. I was watching them come in at the end here. They're just slamming the buy button on like penny calls. Too many. There's no way they're printing them. They're not going to fucking print them. I'm going to take that upside of that trade, send this down. No way, no way. I've done it. I've tried to do it. I've gotten caught doing that. I've gotten caught buying zero dates for like hundreds of thousands, maybe not hundreds, $30,000 to $100,000 in zero dates, and they automatically just hammer me down, like automatically. CPI we usually squeeze up into. Almost always squeeze up into it. All the way back down, trading 446.11 right now. I'm trading off of the daily trigger. Volatility on the daily trigger. $448s, $442s. Need more blood. Make it as bloody as you want. Bring this back so you can see it. Give you guys some context. S2 right there. I'm going to end up spending all this money that I made today on calls again today. Like every dollar I made today, I'm likely, whatever these last bars, then it'll probably put me in all of my winnings in on calls. Sorry, I got to be able to see the screen to see what happens here. You better get the worst CPI report ever tomorrow. It has to be like the most dog shit CPI. It has to be super gnarly. Because if it's not, if it is not, there it is right there. I've got it here for you. Give me like one more red bar down. I would actually take that. I'd be happy with a red bar down here. So you can watch this really close. fat fingered. I didn't catch anything good on that. That's like I only got a penny on that. Oh, there we go. We're going up. They give me that one more. Give me that one more bar. I'll buy all that too. There we go. Give me a buy. There we go. There's a fill. So I'm buying calls down here. I just bought more calls for $1.06 and $1.02. That was kind of weird in there. I'm loading the fuck up right now, though. Okay, let's see what Disney's doing after the bell. Disney up 49 cents after the bell right now. This is Disney. Up 48 cents. SPY up 27 cents after the bell right now. Disney up 48 cents, 24 cents. SPOO's up 25 cents after the bell. I didn't do plug today either, did I? Plug up after the bell right now. Disney up 0.3, just bouncing around. SPOO's up 34, 32 cents right now after the bell. Here's SPOO's right here. I spent, I think, everything I made today. I know I'm in for at least 5 or 6K in here, so for tomorrow. So I know I'm either flat on the day with this buy-in or Disney up 29 cents right now. Still, I don't think there's news on Disney.
The order is focused on investments that can convert into tangible benefits with capital such as private equity and venture capital, as well as joint ventures and greenfield investments.
Trading 88.41 right now on Disney. Representative Maxine Waters is deeply concerned with PayPal stablecoin launch.
Get free daily pivot points, Fibonacci, and
Dude, what is
market
that?
profile levels
Is she short
by signing up
PayPal or
at
something?
tothetick.com.
What does she have, like a bunch of fucking puts on PayPal? Trading 88.70 on the high just then. Plug up 20 cents after hours. Disney up 54 cents after hours. Spine up 41 cents after hours. Dude, I might have to take the money on these fucking calls today. Let me look at SPY really quick and just see what's going on here. Trading $1.20 right now on 448s. 451s are at 40 cents. 452, excuse me. 27 cents on 452. Wrong strike. It's a big giant red bar down there after the bell. SPY now, or Disney was up at 49, now down to 47, 49 right now. What's you guys take on Disney? Do you guys think we trade 89 or do you think we trade 74? I'm not short Disney or anything. I'm not long or short Disney. I want to buy Disney if I can today at 74. So if we went down to 74, I'd buy it. Hey, you're welcome, Will. Yeah, if we see, like, if I see Disney go down there, oh, I want to own it down there. The implied move is much higher. The implied move is only 82 on this option, on this expiry right down here. So there are bulls saying that it's going to 74 to 76. Way down here. Not bulls, but it's not showing up right here. But it's right where that yellow box is right here. Trading 85.20 on the downside right now. Now trading 85.20. I don't think there's a report out yet. I'm looking right now and I'm not seeing any reports on Disney. This all looks like take the money and run, dip buying. This looks like people that are long and short. But I'm not anything right now in Disney. I want to own it, though. So if it goes down there, if it squeezes all the way down to like $74, we'll put an order in for it. Yeah, the dividend has pissed off investors, too. And then what else was Winky said something about Hulu. How do they hide that? They haven't discussed that at all.
According to sources, Biden is unlikely to attend the ASEAN summit on trip
SPY up
to Asia
48
in
cents
September.
right now. I'm actually interested. SPY up $1.27. Trading 88.78 just then. Disney all over the place right now. It's weird. It's like you're a bull, and it's like, what do you want to do on earnings? Well, I want to look for shit that burns to buy. What do you want to see Disney at? 90? No, fuck no. I want to see it at 74, 76. SPY up's 46 cents right now. I saw that Verizon news. I still own Verizon, too. Piece of shit stock. It's one of the things that is littering my account right now that I'm like, damn you. Verizon ATT. Please, let me add Disney to that rack of underperformers. I'm not seeing any news yet on Diz. $0.48 right now, 407. I'm going to take a quick peek at SPY here. SPY, man. Woof, I like that. Crank it, baby. I mean, you guys better, if you're a bear out there, man, you get on your hands and knees tonight and say, hands and knees tonight. You need a real bad CPI tomorrow, like really bad. Can't have like just kind of like expectations. You need like hot, hot, hot. Spicy hot. 51 cents on SPY right now. Disney down $1.09, $1.23 right now. Let me just go. Should I just go to a double here? Let me go to a double screen on this. So you can watch both.
So according to the Financial Times, Chinese firms are to buy about 100,000 NVIDIA 800s processors.
Oh, so that just dropped as NVIDIA. They're trying to sell NVIDIA down. Here's Diz. Upside, downside moves, kind of taken. Kind of. Disney,
So
upside,
China's
downside
internet
moves.
giants
We don't
order
have a
$5 billion
report yet.
of
and
NVIDIA chips to power
Disney's
AI
already hit
ambitions.
88.79 and 84.64.
We have posted the full Financial Times piece on the feed.
I'll stick
for all
around with
those
you till 4:30.
interested.
And watch this. I'm interested in buying Disney, so if it bleeds, I'm interested to buy it. If it bleeds, it gets bought. I'm also interested in SPY right here in the next few minutes. I've got a bunch of calls on SPY. I just loaded the fuck out of SPY, and like I was buying like a $1.23 I bought, then I bought a $1.12, then I bought a $0.05 or 6, maybe even 0.2. I was doing it so fast that I wasn't paying attention. So I'm interested in this. Like, you need some bad fucking inflation tomorrow. What do you guys think for inflation tomorrow? To bring that back up. So inflation reports for CPI, right? We got claims tomorrow. We've got the forecast is 231. Previous is 227. Are you guys hearing about more layoffs? I haven't been hearing more layoffs, so I don't know where that's coming from. Do you actually think we beat it? We have more claims on. We have more layoffs maybe that we're not seeing. Maybe they're not being announced or something like that. CPI 0.2%, and then core 0.2. The one that I'm looking at, of course, is core CPI year over year at 4.8%. This is the one. This one right here is the one that's important to me. This is for a larger time frame stuff. I want to see that number go down. Down. I don't want to see that number higher. I don't want to see that up any higher. Yeah, we got Disney still trading 80. Now it's back to almost to zero, kind of, sort of. This is the number that I'm looking at for tomorrow. This is the magic sauce. They can claim whatever they want, but this is the one that has to do with your rate hikes and pauses and all that kind of stuff. Some of the year-over-year stuff matters too, but the core CPI, this is the one. This is the magic sauce, or at least for me. Then you got a PPI. That one is the one that concerns me about does Ford keep charging $130,000 for a truck? The PPI is the one that's concerning. That's the one that's going to get that one's going to crank at some point. Next 5 years or so, you wait to see that PPI start ripping. Yeah, I think they cook the numbers too. I think they cook them too. Maybe they don't. You usually get 2 or 3 bumps. Like, as inflation comes down, you usually get 2 or 3. Like, let's call it 2, minimum 2 hot CPI reports. We're due for one. We are due for one. We're due. Like, we're definitely due for one. No action right now in Disney. Disney down $2 on no news. They were up a bunch too on no news. SPY ramping right now into this close. You better hope for a hot fucking report, like hot sauce report. Two minutes left. Makes you wonder if I should take some of this off in here. That was a pretty nice fucking rip right there. I might take a little bit off, not all of it, just a little bit. This is a pretty good it's a pretty good rip right here. One minute left here. Take some of it. Nope. I'm trying to shave some off right now to this bell, and they're like dropping me a penny, then another penny, then another penny. It's a nice 15-minute trade right here. Still have calls on for tomorrow. Not all of them, though. I have pretty big exposure down here. Whoa.
So taking a look at the market wrap for today's session,
Oh,
a
not
slide
really.
in big tech and higher energy prices
don't,
weighed on Wall Street
I don't need-
sentiment
doesn't
ahead
need
of
to be a cold
inflation
report.
data that will help shape the outlook for the Federal Reserve's next steps. After briefly wiping out its losses, the S&P 500 finished near session low.
If we were on a high right now and we got like a neutral or slightly hot report, I would expect us to sell heavy and hard, like hard, boom, boom selling. So if you're like, ready? So if we're trading up into a CPI report, right? That CPI report better be really like cold, right? Really cold. Really cold for continuation of the upside, right? Trade down into CPI reports, right? It better be really hot. Get it? So you have to expect or hope tomorrow, if you're a bear, that you get a really hot CPI report. Can't be a cold report. If it's a cold report, we're going to rip faces off. Yeah, you see that ghost print there in the 15? So there you go. I'll see all of you guys tomorrow. I don't know what's going to happen here with Disney. I want to buy this if it goes down. No, nothing really happening right now in Disney. This just looks like taking the money and running. You can see it up here in this 88.79 on the upside, 84.64 on the downside. I want to see a bloodbath in. I want to see a bloodbath in Disney if possible at 4:30. Maybe I'll stick around here. It's only 13 minutes left, so we'll wait and see. There's any like really nastiness. I'm not sticking around for the. I don't want to hear about Iger talk. Oh, they're gonna rip it down. I'll tell you what. I'm gonna tell you right now. If you don't get a fucking hot report, I'm gonna rip the fuck out of this. It's gonna be like straight green bars up, fucking 70 points. Sorry, I don't see it. So, I think you need a really hot report. We're due for one. So if you get a really hot report, we'll continue down. You get anything that like beats or anything like that, it means that they're doing their job. I know that's fake. I get that that's fake. I understand your point. But if they're like patting themselves in the back and they're like, yeah, we're bringing inflation down. You don't get like down if the inflation report is good, or down if the inflation is bad, or down if, like I always like that argument. It's like the argument's always like, okay, so what if this happens? But down. What if this happens? Down. What if this happens? Down. Give me 1 second. I gotta take one phone call while we wait. Give me one quick second here. Hang tight. I'm gonna leave this up right now. I'm gonna mute the camera. I'll be here. If Disney sells down, to that number down there, I'll get back on with the video for you. But I got to take a call, and I don't want you guys reading my lips. Hold on one second. See that? See that right now? See this? $90.53. I can't even get a buy-in. Look at this. Bob Iger. What's he out there doing? Spinning yarns? What happened to Hulu being a problem? Trading $90.85 right now, $91.11 right now. What is going on here? 91.22, no dip buy? No dip buy for CJJ? Cappy gets no dip buy here. Nope. Yeah, I'm still here. I'm actually in the office in the background in a meeting right now. Yeah, it was 70. No dip buy for CaptainJimJames. No. My kids are not gonna get the passion or the pleasure of owning Disney. God damn it. I'm sitting here for a half an hour. All right, so I'm going to leave you guys to it at this point. Want you guys to have a great day. I will see you all tomorrow, baby. I see you in the comments right now, guys. Oh, John Haggerty's in the background. He had us on in the background. He's saying it's a green Iger boner. It totally is, isn't it? Iger's over there just sweet-talking people. Trading 91.60 right now. Congratulations if you are a Disney bull and you never lost the faith. I didn't get my buy-in, so I guess I'm waiting until February. Looks pretty good for